Right. So today we'll actually be building a skill line kind of landing page. The point of this is there are some sort of like complex features with this project that I wanted to let you guys know, and it's a very important project if you want to learn how Nextjs works, how Tailwind works, how Shadcn works, and how you can basically use a smooth scroll effect, right? So I'm going to quickly demo it and walk you guys through what basically happens here. So here is actually the hero section. You basically have this little display and there's happy lady on the right. So when you scroll, you can see that we actually have a very smooth scroll effect. It takes you to the logo group section, and from there we basically have more feature section, right? We have cards and this, right? So then we'll move on to more feature section. You can say something about this application, right? It is very highly responsive, right? So they can notice that these cards are actually spanning across the screen. That means no matter the screen size you are on, you're still going to have a very advanced resolution experience, right? So when you scroll down, you actually see the other cool things that we did, right? Just little manipulations here and there. We have this other section. This section has to do with the feature section, maybe, right? So we have the tools for teachers and learners, right? So we have the assessment quizzes text, class management tools for educator, one-on-one discussions, right? These are just like features, right? So we have the testimonial section, right? So we have this cool little button we designed, just uses as a actually positioning. So it's very basic. You guys will get to see that as well. So we have this little blog section as well, where we have a very cool cover page, cover blog, and other child blogs as well. So we'll scroll down, and then obviously we'll get to the end of the project itself. This is actually the footer section where will you actually had like other links to, right? So now let's see how it looks on the mobile screen. So I'm just going to inspect. Obviously, you know, just minimize. This is always very better to explain. Do that and open this up. So on mobile, this is how it's going to look like. So I'm going to take this to the up. You can see we have it very clean. You can click on here. You see all the different options, right? So you can close it out and you can see that it's coming in clean on the mobile device because most of the customers you will be using definitely will come in from from the mobile. So it's actually good for to have your website very mobile responsive. So when you scroll down, you see the different sections, right? And everything is clean as well. See the different sections or the coming in nice and clean with the scroll smooth scroll effect. Scroll through it. So one cool thing though I forgot to mention is that all of these components that you see here we actually built with a single component, a single customized component. So I will show you guys how you guys can actually build this. It will actually be fun, right? So because building all this, some people might think is extremely difficult. Well, it's very easy. It's just a matter of you using one component over and over again and putting the right data. So I scroll down to the bottom, right? We have testimonials, we have the blog section. This is the blog section. You can see that it is well, split into columns in the mobile view and makes much sense. So also with the footer, you can see that it has a very proper view as well on the mobile. So without further ado, let's get right then. Okay, yeah, we're going to actually start off by doing what is important, right? So first off, let's get the color scheme of this particular application. Yeah, from here, I think the developer has actually done a very great job here. He has given us like some sort of color here, right? So we just basically have to figure out which is primary, which is secondary, obviously, which is accent, right? So you can look through it. I think this definitely is the primary color. You can see that it's used here, it's used here, it's used here, right? It's used here as well as part of the text. It's used here as part of the icon. It's used there. So obviously, a primary color is definitely this. This. So one thing I've noticed over the years is that the primary color is actually used alongside the CTA or in the hero page, right? Anytime you have this call to action in the hero page, it's always been wrapped in the primary color, right? So that makes sense. So this definitely is a primary color, and Obviously, you go to your project, the link is already provided, right? So in the starter branch, you just basically have to clone, right? So you want to click on this and copy this link right here. So what you want to do next is you want to go to any folder you want to put your project in, and obviously just create some sort of, open up your terminal, right? So once you have your terminal opened, I'm just going to scale this up a bit so you guys actually see it. Yeah, something like that. Too big. Okay, that's nice. So what we're going to do here, we want to just clone as usual. So you git clone and paste that link in there. I think I lost track of the actual stuff. I lose track all the time of this stuff, of these things, right? So you paste it in there, you just hit enter. So this is going to actually clone the particular repository, and it's going to be fantastic. So once that is done, you want to just cd into that repository. The cd into online exactly. So this is going to cd into the online learning landing page repository. And what you want to do, the first step, you want to do npm install. So this is going to install all the dependencies, local packages for you. So it's going to take a while, sometimes a few seconds, sometimes a little bit longer, but it's actually within that range. So we're going to wait for it to install, and then we're going to just continue, right? So now that we already have this, we want to just go to the online learning landing page, or just open it up in our VS Code editor. Okay, we have it here, and we still have our dependencies being downloaded. Already we have our project, which is awesome, right? So this our project is just the basic kind of flow, right? So in the starter branch, you're going to basically have a couple of things, right? So in my branch here, it's actually main, but in your own case, you want to change to starter, right? Right. So, but in my case, I'm just doing it for the first time, so I need all of them to be in main, not in starter. But in your case, you want to change this branch to starter right here. Okay. Right. Okay. So we have all our packages installed. That is good news, right? So the next thing you do is just do npm run dev to run your developmental server. And obviously, while that is trying to compile and do stuff, I'm going to go to Tailwind config.csx and start setting up our colors, right? So in here, we can actually have our keyframes, we have our animation, right? So the next thing we need is some sorts of colors, right? So we need our colors. So here we want to specify all the colors we want to use, right? So it can actually be the primary color, it can be the secondary, and so on. So what we're going to do, we're going to just call this primary, right? All right, so this is actually a primary color. It doesn't need to be in quotes, doesn't really matter. So from what we see in the design, this definitely is a primary color. You have it selected. On the right pane, you can just copy what you need, right? So you can come in here and just paste that in there. Okay, don't forget the hash before it. That makes it a proper X format. And let's do secondary. I doubt if we have a secondary color, but most of the time we do. So I think this is a secondary color mostly for the text, I think. Right, I think I'll go with this one. It's actually used here, it's used there, it's used here. So it makes sense to be a very valid secondary color. So I'm going to copy that and paste it right here, hash, and paste it in. So and then we have our final color, which is accent, right? So accent color is actually like sparingly used. This is it. So you can see this color now, it's actually used here, right? It's used here a bit, right? Just a touch of it, right? It's not really like reused in all the place. So that would be our accent color. So you have it selected, we'll copy it from there. And yeah, you want to go in here and say accent. No, accent, and you want to just paste it in there, right? And then forget your hash, right? So yeah, we got all our relevant colors, and the other colors we might need to worry about, but those are actually like the major relevant colors we'll be using throughout the entire application, right? So the very next step is for us to basically try to run our server. It's actually compiled now. We want to open up this particular link. You can see that it's compiling now, and while it's actually compiling, we can actually proceed and try to start exporting our assets. Sorry. All right, so we have in here the first asset we have is the actual logo, right? So I think it's a combination of some sorts. So this is it basically. You can just have it selected this way and group it together if it's not already grouped. So now that it's already grouped, you want to go to your right panel, click on the export button, and just take a look, quick preview of it, and export. So we're going to just rename this. Go to here. This will be our logo. We just rename it, and then let's go over. So our server is is up and running, which is good news, right? So let's get the other assets. So we have a little bit of a play icon here. This play icon, I think we can get this from Lucid React. Obviously, just change the color or something, or we can grab this whole thing, right? So we'll just choose whatever I want to go with. So I feel like grabbing the whole thing just works. So you just have both selected and group, obviously. Then go to your export on the right pane, and you can see that it is here. It has some sort of shadows here and there, right? So making it very huge, I think. But it's good. We need those shadows, right? So if we don't want to like create it, we can just export it as an actual image. So we'll make decisions later. So it doesn't really matter now, right? So what I would do though is to try to remove the shadows. Let's see where the shadows are at. So we have the eclipse, just remove the drop shadow. We want to make it as small as possible. Let's go to the group again. So you can see that the shadow is dropped and it looks way better instead of having like large stuff. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just delete this to prevent confusion, and I'm going to call this the play icon. Alright, so that's it. So basically we'll go to the right pane and we have this lady here, this young lady, and we want to try to export this entire image, right? So I think that's the goal. So you have it selected. Let's check it in our preview pane. You can see that all the elements are coming right through. So this is actually the expectation, and once you have it this way, you just obviously want to click on the export, right? So this is going to export it, and I'm going to just call this happy lady. Happy lady.png, right? So she's smiling, of course. All right, so let's go. We have our logo group section. So this is it. So we have lots of them. We can decide to just do this like individually if we want to. Just export the logo bit by bit. I think we should do that today, because in most of my tutorial I just like export the whole thing. Today I think we can just put this thing in there and and display it out, right? So we can just display it out and it will be extremely responsive. So I think that is particularly okay, something we can do. So let's just export them bit by bit, which is a little bit stressful, I think. So go in there and click on the export and click on it. So we're going to actually like rename this to, okay, so we're going to actually rename it in a way that makes sense. So say logo G1. So we'll know that it's actually an item of the logo group. Go in here and export this, click in here, and logo G2, just like that. So it makes more sense that way. Logo G2 that allows us to keep track of it in a proper and efficient manner. So you click on here, and what we want to do is to rename this. This is logo G3, and so on and so forth, right? So this will be logo group 4. Alright, so this on the other end will be 5, of course. Okay. Rename logo 5. And finally we have grab it now. Alright. This will be logo group 6. Okay, so I didn't do that properly. Logo G6. Okay, fantastic. So there was a typo here. Let's fix that up. Okay, so we have those logo groups, which is okay. All right, so then we'll move on to the next. These are just icons, right? So let's get them. Okay, export And meanwhile, the drop shadow makes it way bigger than than it should be. Okay, so we have this file here, we have this is a group, right? So let's click on there and see it. So this is going to be, is it a feature section? Obviously. So we could just call this F1, doesn't matter. F1, or we can just give it a proper name, right? So this is featured. That's the point of having F, right? So okay, it's like paper icon. So let's say paper icon.png. Okay, we already have a PNG. This is a paper icon. This, we're going to do the same thing here. We drop the drop shadow, we grab here, right? And export. We don't want it to be it's two separate layers, just one layer is fine. Click on the group folder and we just export it. It's going to be calendar icon. So you want to rename that properly. Calendar icon.png, and we go here, right? So you can actually add those drop shadow yourself later with Tailwind. It's particularly very easy. So you click on this group here, and let's click on the export, and export here user group. It's actually user group icon. So you want to rename that to user group icon. All right, so we have all of the icons and we can breathe. So we need to worry about these images, right? So the images we have here, we need a way to be able to extract each and individual image, right? So now what we have here is a little bit, it's we need the full image, right? So for both, we want to provide the the full image. Okay, so as I was saying before, we need some sorts of plugin to be able to extract the original image from our actual design, right? So you can say that we already have an image here, but if you go to export and you obviously like click on, this is a rectangle, you click on the preview, see that it's not the complete, it's not the actual resolution, right? So it's not the actual image. So we, for some weird reason, we need the full image, right? So we can basically like create a card out of this. So what we do originally, there's actually a plugin. You guys can check it out. It's from Lois Ubricht. Oh my god, how's that pronounced, man? So alright, so it's actually called Export Original Images, right? So you just have to click on the open. It's going to take you right in there. So you want to select the image, right? And then go and select the layer, right? So this is actually the layer that the image is coming from. You can see in the preview tab, this is the image that we have that is not complete. So now that you can actually select JPEG or PNG and just export, right? So when you export that, you want to click on it. Voila, you can see that we have the full resolution of the image, right? So this plugin is extremely very important in in Figma, right? So we normally do this without a plugin before, right? When dev mode was free, right? But now that we don't have dev mode on anymore, so it's very it's very like difficult, for us to get this actual image. We basically had to improvise. All right, so now that we have basically have the image, we need to take it somewhere. So you can click on there and just open it up, and this is going to be what we do. Or let me just delete one of those, and I'm just going to instruction. I actually the way I label these things is the way I'm able to like grab it well, right? So what we do, this is actually a what we do section. So what we do section actually have like 1, 2, 3 images, right? So I'm going to actually like prefix this with W, meaning what, right? So yeah, that way I'm able to like track it better, instead of using the actual names. So you're going to just do W underscore, you can just call this lady, the PNG, which is okay. So go again with the other one, right click on it, So let's click on the actual rectangle. No, right click on this one. Let's click on the rectangle. Let's make sure that it's actually coming in the preview. Nice. So we have the PNG selector, you just export. So we go in here and we want to call this. This is more of a like study section. So we have W, we have study group, I think. Okay. All right. So we'll click in here. We basically have a different one. There's some shapes going on here. We'll export it anyways, but let's grab what the image first. So we'll click on this and let's open up in the preview. Make sure it's coming in nice and clean right in there. So we just export. So when we export that, yeah, so we just want to rename it. This is more of W, and this is more of like a classroom, right? So W classroom. Okay, so that works. So now what we want to do now is we want to grab little shapes that we've been missing. There's a little shape here. We can create it on our own, or we can just export what we have. So you can export that and just export. So this is actually from our primary color, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so call this ball primary. Okay, yeah, so it's actually a shape, right? So all the shapes that you have, you want to actually like, like we have icon and the rest, you basically have to suffice it with what it means, right? So this primary shape, right? So we'll basically like is figure out that, oh, this is actually a shape. All right, so we have a different play icon. I think we can use the one that we have in here, right? So we can just use the play icon. Yeah, we can use the same play icon, so it doesn't matter. So we want to actually export this other shape right here. So secondary square shape, something like that, or square secondary shape. All right. So and then the same thing applies there. If you see, why didn't we just like export everything together? That would have been much more easier, I think. So we'll experiment with these solutions, right? So and just do the same thing. So you're going to export this, and we can just call this square primary shape. Square primary shape. Right. So yeah, and also we have this little shape there. We can just we could just design that from scratch, to be honest. So we click on this. Let's group all these shapes together and put them into one image. So we have them grouped by using the Ctrl-G command after you select all the layers. And you want to click on your export in the right pane. And you have it here. So we'll just export this image. I think this will just be an enhanced classroom. So we can just do classroom. Okay, so you can do this, right? Classroom. And something like that, right? Something like that. So we don't need to stress ourselves much, doing all those absolute positioning and weird stuff. Okay, so what else do we have? We have a combination of other stuff here. So I think what I would do here to save our time is to select all the little components here and there and just try to group it all together. So use the Ctrl-G command once you have all of them selected. And you want to go to your export pane to preview it and make sure all is coming in nice and clean. So you can see that all the little images and the shapes are coming in nice and clean. So you can just export that. Click on the export group button. And this is actually a feature. So we want to actually like preface this with like an F, right? So this is a feature, and it's going to be a feature top. I think it's just top and bottom. Top, bottom, top. You can say top, middle, and bottom, right? Oh, we have lots of them, yeah. Okay, so for simplicity, this is going to be feature 1, right? So yeah, for simplicity, there are lots of them. So let's grab this lady alongside all the icons. So let's do that. So all the icons are coming in right behind her, but the only thing we miss is this little dot right behind that. So we will basically need that as well. So let's have that. Let's look for a way to undo. Just move that component. Okay, so let's look for a way to basically select that. Alright, so let's look for where that is. Let's play around with all of these shapes. Right, so we have this one. So let's click export and see if that's, oh, we have it, right? So it's very subtle. You might not really see it. So it's coming in the actual group, so it's completely fine. So it's subtle, it might not be readily seen, right? So which is a thing, but well, it's actually in there. So we're going to just export this and click on this, and it's going to be F2. So rename it F2. Okay, so let's go down, select this one, this is the group, and obviously click on the export. Okay, so we have it, we have all the shapes. Click on the export now, and this is going to be F3. So F_3. Okay, go to export. Oh, all right. So this is going to be F4. All right. So F4. Okay. So go the way down as well. This obviously is F5. All right. So F5 and okay. So we still have some group here and there. Integrations. We have a group. We have all these images. And just grab them all together and group them using the Ctrl+G command. And you want to click on the export, and yeah, we're going to just rename this to F6. So F6. Okay, so yeah, we still have a few more images to go, right? So this is actually for testimonial lady. You only have one image here, unfortunately. Okay, so we just need most of the thing. This here is going to be reconstructed. So we just need the image, right? So let's get this lady, smelling woman. So let's see if it's coming our way in our preview. Obviously, oh, it's actually the full image. So we don't obviously need some sort of plugin for that. So let's make sure it's coming in as expected. Good. See, I love that smell. So this is actually our smelling lady. So you're just going to rename that. Okay, smiling lady. Okay, so there we go, right, for the most part. And in here we select this. Let's check it in our preview. This is it, it's not full. We need the full actual image. Let's go to the layer, select it, and we want to export it. So this is going to export the full image right there. Okay, good. So what we're going to call this, we're going to call this this is actually a news section. I just call this laptop, doesn't matter. Okay, so it's going to be laptop. Okay, what else do we have? So we just have a this is like blog image. I'm going to just call this B1, B2, and B3. So you're going to have that selected, and this is the rectangle, I think. Export, let's see. Okay, there we go. So we basically have to export this, and yeah, so I said it's going to be B1, B2, and B3. B1, all right. B2. Okay, so you have it selected. Let's grab the actual image. There we go. And export. It is going to obviously be our B3. B_3. Okay, so now we have literally, well, not literally, we still have the logo to export. Let's export this. Okay, so yeah, it's coming in nice. This is going to be the footer logo. It's going to name that. So footer logo. And yeah, so there we go. And one thing I forgot to basically export is these icons, right? So we need these icons. So I'm going to just grab all of them. They have some sort of subtle shadow, and so this is the group, I think. Export. All right. So what we want is a combination of this and what we have there. So you just want to group them and click on the export. Let's see. So in here, I want to actually make sure that we want to remove the drop shadow, right? So remove that drop shadow, right, to have a much more stable stuff, right? So can do Ctrl G. I think I already have a group for that. I'll just check it out. So yeah, so this is it. So you can export that, and this is like a square, custom square icon. The other one is like an overlay, some sort of overlap. So you can say square, actually square colored icon, square colored. Everything is an icon. Want to you know surface it with an icon. So in here, I want to just grab on this real quick. I have this selected, drop the drop shadow. We'll add it, with Tailwind later on. So group this and export it. Okay, there we go. And this is going to be overlap or insert, something like that, obviously. So I'll just call it overlap, for simplicity. Overlap icon.png. And obviously, that's the last one. Drop the drop shadow. Select this, and group it. And once you click on the export button and export, this is actually user group or something. Group icon. So just say group user group icon. Okay, we already have it, right? So user group icon. We just name it something else. User group alt icon right there. So I think that does it for us. And finally, yeah. So here I want to like worry about. We're done with the asset exports. Here, let's worry about this icon. This is actually a gradient, right? So it's a linear gradient, good for us. So this gradient is, it's been like it's from here. So what we want to do is going to have, this is actually linear. Most of the time, it's going to have like, stops, right? So you click on this and you click on this as well. You see the different, kind of, shape, right? As well as the angle as well, right? So what we want to do is we want to just grab these two color and form it into a gradient, right? So this is something we'll do later on. We don't necessarily have to do it now, but we'll just keep at the back of our mind that we'll have a gradient in this footer button. All right, so we've come to the end of this section, and the next section we just move straight to, the actual implementation. Okay, so okay, the first thing we do is to obviously, everything that we've exported so far. Let me just change this to today, right? These are all the files we already have today, right? So all I have to do is to put them into our actual project, right? And go to public, create a new folder called images, right? So and then once you just put everything right within it, you can just do Ctrl A on your keyboard and drag and drop it into the images folder. Go, fantastic. So these are all the contents we basically have, and we'll be using this subsequently. Okay, so we want to go here, and the first thing we build is the navigation. All right, so let's build it out. Okay, so the way the project is we want to actually build the navigation, then the hero section, and different sections we have. So let's create a skeletal representation of what should be in the actual pages, right? So we already have the app folder, right? And then we have the page. So this page, we're going to just put everything. Yes, this is definitely the landing page. So what we're going to do, we're going to remove everything here. And we're just going to create a main tag, right? So this main is going to allow us create a kind of, an outer structure, and we're going to put everything right within here. First of all, we have the navbar, and meanwhile, if you've cloned from the startup branch, you should be able to have navbar by default. So it's coming in from the components folder under the common directory. So here we have the navbar, and then we want to create every other sections, right? So it's very easy. We're going to create them all to make it way much more easier. So in here we're going to go to components and we're going to create a new folder. I'm going to call these sections. So these sections will basically contain all our different sections. So here we're going to call the first one the hero section and just create it. Okay. So we have the hero section. All right. So the other section has to do with the logo group section. Okay. This logo group section. And then we have all-in-one section. Should that be a separate section? I doubt. So this one I can just call this feature section, right? That's understandable. WhatIsSkilline section, all in one. Okay, so let's just name them the way we have them, right? So create a new file and we'll call it all in one section. Okay, so after that we're going to have the WhatIsSkilline section. Okay, this is actually WhatIsSkilline. WhatIsSkilline. Right, so from there we have our features section. Okay, so our feature section is quite long, right? It's actually from here, right? So let's overwrite. So I think it stops around here. So we have the testimonial section. Okay, not really. This is more of the integration section or something. So I would still leave it as part of the integration. So as part of the our feature section. So I think testimonials can actually be a separate section of its own. Right. So should we make this a separate section? Yeah, I think so. I think so. Yeah, that would make it much more better. So we just call this integration section. All right, integration section. We have the testimonial section. Okay, so and finally, yeah, testimonial section. We have the latest news section. I'll call it the latest news, or we just call it the blog section. You know, anyone you choose. We'll just use the latest news section. Right, and then we have the photo section. Okay, so we have all the components now. What is left is for us to bring all together. So once we go to our pages, our page of CSX, so we have the navbar, we have the hero section. So right, so we have the logo group section. Right, so we have the WhatIsSkilline section. Obviously, we have our features section. Yeah, so we have the integration section. So we have the integration section. Don't forget to import it. right? And we have the testimonial section, right? So then we have the latest news section, and obviously we have the footer section. So you can say we just have like groups of sections, obviously. So yeah, it's coming in nice as expected. And meanwhile, our navigation is already like pre-built, if you notice. So you can actually, take it over to a small screen. You can see it's very responsive, right? So we'll fix all the issues we are having currently. Let me close out the other, tabs, and let's go. Okay, so we need our logo, which is the skill line logo in our navigation, and we'll fix the buttons and other stuff in. So let's do it, and let's close out all of this. Go to navbar, and you just want to pin this, right? And close this out. Okay, so what we have is our logo is in images slash logo.png. All right, so let's see. Okay, that's definitely our logo. All right, so it's not that like in terms of width, it's like 150 pixel actually. So let's see if we're giving any form of width or whatever. From here we are not, which is fine. Right, so we can do something like this with 150 pixels. Right, so let's see how that will be or look like. Let's refresh this. Still looks way too big. This desktop, right? So, and then I can just do with 150, something like that. Okay, just refresh this. Okay, since 150 seems to be quite too much, let's do 50. Let's do 50 and refresh. Okay, yeah, 50 seems to be way smaller, so we're just going to do something like 80. Okay, 80 is coming out well, and 100 should be fine. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, something like that. All right, so let's get to our links. We have the home, we have the careers, we have the blog, and the about us. Right. So, the way it works is we have two sides basically, the left and then obviously the right side. So we cut that and move everything here and paste that there. So the link one here from the actual design we have is called home, right? So you come here and just put home here. Right, so let's copy this and paste it here. It's going to be careers, right? And copy this and paste it right in there. We have the blog. Copy this and paste it right in here. About us. Right, so that's good, looking nice. So we need to fix the button, the login, and then the sign up, right? Okay, so let's create a button. This one is, we can take it out, and so we already have our button. It's going to be the, yeah, we have, if you check it common, we have the main button. So main button, you just have to pass in your text. That is the button text itself. You can pass in action and under props as well. You can take a look at that if you want to. So this is login. Right, so let's see how our button is coming along. So basically I have two buttons. We have this classes. The BG here is white and the text is actually grayish. So we're gonna grab that and and just paste it here. Right, so the same thing applies here, but here is actually sign up. So the class is here is BG primary and text white, something like that. So let's play around with this and see what we have. Okay, you can see that it's too big for some weird reason, and there's this over effect on the white one. So Let's remove the over effect on this one. So you can just do over, right? So BG is still white, right? So that will definitely remove the over effect. And there we go. Let's go over to the main button and modify it. So what I want to fix here is the actual width. So let's see the width of this button, right? So the width here is actually 160 pixels, right? So let's go. Okay, so let's 150 pixels. That's our width, and our height, by the way, is 60 pixels. So we want to modify our height, the height of the main button should be 60 pixels. All right, so 60 pixels. So you can probably just do, I use the 60. It doesn't matter. And obviously, this one can actually be 40 or whatever. So we'll check it, just eyeball it later and see the one that works. Okay. So the roundedness, is this just specific to this button? I see that all buttons are roughly rounded. Yeah, all of them, right? So if that's the case, we have to make sure that our main button basically has that style. So the border radius here is like 80 pixels, right? So you can just do rounded full or whatever that may be. And right, so let's see. Okay, so that will put it here as the main class, or we do it somewhere else, right? So what we're going to do is going to just put rounded full right here. Alright, so rounded full should be able to give us some roundedness, but that's strange, it's not. Okay, so not sure why that is not working. You can also just take it out here. Let's put in our class. Okay, so let's see, this is the button. Okay, do we actually have any round? Oh, we do. Okay, so that's why I normally just like open this stuff up in one part, right? So yes, this is rounded here, right? So it has some, yeah, so we have both here in the first part and also the disabled part. So just do rounded full. Okay, so that should round it, I think. Let me refresh this. Good, exactly. Right, so let's make sure that it's not too big. The height is 60 pixels. Okay, and the shadow somehow can just be full or whatever, right? So let's see. Okay, so what else we do is to be able to see how it works on a very small device, right? So let's do that. So what we're going to do, we're going to copy all the links that we have here and just, everything here. We want to replace it with this, I think. So you can just take this off. So this one, you can paste it right in there. Okay, like that. And let's fix the logo issues. Alright, so this is actually from the images logo.png logo.png. Okay, so we have the skill line, we have the home. So this is how it's going to be on a very small device. So let's see if we take the width of what we have. Too big, right? So we could do with 7 rem or just 5 rem. Right, so yeah, 5 or maybe 6. Yeah, it doesn't have to be too big. So that is pretty decent. Right, so that is pretty decent. So this is what we have. Let's fix the hamburger. The hamburger basically has this X, whatever this is, right? And X is actually can be coming from, let's see if we have anyone from, what's it called? Not the X, baby. I mean the hamburger, right? So the hamburger, we should be able to like animate it and do that stuff. So what we're going to do is to just get an hamburger for maybe Real Lucid and use it. So Lucid React. Okay, so go to icons. Want to search for hamburger. So we could just use this, right? So another SVG. So this menu.svg, right? So I'm gonna grab this and you just want to grab it and put it within your project, obviously. Okay, so want to go to public images. So the menu is going to be hamburger. .svg, right? So okay, so hamburger.svg is what we have there. So let's see, hamburger.svg is what is under images. So that should fix it. So let's click on here, click on here. Good. Right, so this is it for us. And yeah. So what I noticed is that the buttons appear way too big. So might want to like reduce the actual, width in both cases, right? So what we're going to do is to go to the main button and play around with the height, right? So this height seems to be too much. You can just do 50. Right, yeah, it's around 50. Not really what they were saying. Right, so one thing the width can actually be reduced as well. You can just do 140. Yeah, something like that, right? Something like that. It doesn't have to be too much. Okay, so that makes it even way cleaner. So check this out. We have all of this, and yeah, it makes much sense. Okay, so now we have to move on to the next part of of our project. So we have this right part. So this is actually the hero section, and we can just proceed real quick. Go to the hero, and what we want to do is hero is actually a section. Change this to section, and what we want to do is it has two main divs. So there's the one on the left hand side and div on the right hand side, right? So on the left hand side though, we basically have like a text, which is a combination of all of this stuff. So you just want to grab that and put it here. So studying online is now whatever, right? So the only thing that changed is this. So you can grab this in a span, so we can modify the color later on and put the studying in a span. We'll change the color later on. So this other one has to do with the column description or subtitle. So it's definitely going to be in a p tag of its own and paste it right in there. And also we have a div that actually takes care of the buttons there. So we just do a div. We can just have a main button. So we have a text. Text is join for free. Don't forget to close that out. And then we basically have a div here. So this is going to have an image. Specify the source and slash images, then slash play icon. The PNG, we have to specify the alt play icon. So there, basically I have to close out this tag, which is okay. Okay, so the next step is we need a way to be able to put the text right there. So we have the image. Next thing is the text. Text is like watch how it works. Okay, so we have that, right? So meanwhile, let's put our classes here if need be, and yeah, let's start styling. So this class basically takes in the text primary. Okay, so everything here we want to do. So poppins is actually bold, and yeah, so we want to do fonts bold. font mode, and the text is actually 54 pixel. We can reduce it if it's too much. And the text, yeah, for the most part is just this. Yeah, I don't know if we already have this in our colors or something, but let's just check it out. Secondary, so that's actually our text. Secondary. Okay, fantastic. Right, so let's see what we have. Okay, you can see studying online is much easier, coming in nice and clean. Right, so let's grab this guy. So this is actually using a kind of a separate color. Let's see if we have like that. Okay, so since we don't have that, good for us. We can as well just, do text, paste it in there. Don't forget the hash. And this is actually just text 24, something like that. All right. So, all right. So we have that, and looks way too big, right? I don't know. Sometimes it doesn't really just seem right. Doesn't appear right. So yeah, we do 20. 20 looks well decent. So the distance between here and here, it's kind of a way for us to know how far it is from the top and up, right? So it's more of eyeballing now. In dev mode, you can just know the exact spacing between, but here we just do it without the dev mode, anyways. So we'll just do my 8 or something like that, right? Or 5, yeah, something like that, right? So we have to make sure that this one still kind of goes all the way from the top, all right? Okay, so maybe MB8 something, yeah, something like that. All right, so what we have here is we want to make sure that it's actually a flex and gap 2 for now. Item center, right? So what we have here, the same thing applies. I want to make sure that it's a flex. Yeah, so this is going to be a flex item center. Right, so what's the gap between here and here? Just a very small gap, I think. Right, so a very small gap between here and here, which is what we already like added or something. Right, and yeah, so that's pretty decent. And yeah, so let's grab this happy lady here, right? So what we're going to do is to see if we can just put it right within it, right? So let's do it. So I'm just going to grab this image and obviously just put it here. Not really, I'm not going to grab it. Let me just create a new one. Oh no. Slash images slash happy lady .png, I think. Let's be sure. Yeah, happy lady. Okay, so basically I have that, and let's see what we have. Okay, so that is it. It's coming in as expected. And so you want to do flex, justify between, something like that, right? And it has to be in the middle somehow, right? So just put item center right there. I should fix it. And one other thing here that is very interesting is the fact that the image itself has like spaces on the left and the right side. So what we're going to do here is like justify around. Yeah, I think that should do it. Okay, so that really don't do much. So what we're going to do is just to do mx. Okay, so let's see if the spacing is general. No, it's not general. So it's actually component specific. So we have to make sure that it aligns with the actual logo. Right. So let's do that. MX 010 rem. Meanwhile, this will actually be always for medium device upwards, I think. Okay, 10 rem is too much. Let's do 8. Maybe let's do 5. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, something like that. So, so we can just do flex column MD flex row, something like that. So that small screen we have it here like this, right? And also we can just add this something. Right? It's breaking. Don't worry about it. I'll fix it in a moment. So we do this. Let's see it. We'll try to make it responsive. You can see how great it is, how great it looks. Right. So what we want to do is to make sure that the arrow section is far away from the navigation. Right. So let's do that. Okay. So we can actually put this in a div if we want, or if we don't, we can just play around with it. So margin 12 can actually be 32. So medium margin 12 can just be 4. Okay. Yeah, so margin 12 can just be 32. Can we do 48? Okay, let's do 32, but here will be large, I think. Yeah, something like that. Okay, so sweet. Sweet, right? So it's coming in nice as expected. So on the last screen, we still maintain the same kind of behavior, I think. So you can just do maybe extra large, just do 0, empty 0, something like that. Something like that. Okay. So one thing left here is the background color. There's actually a background color if you check, and it spans across the the what's it called, the navigation as well. So what I normally do in this case, I can just like expose the shape and absolutely position this shape, right? I think we can do that. So select it and go to have it selected, and we want to make sure that we are able to export it, right? Let's see. This is the rectangle. It's not exportable. What the heck? All right, so let's see why that is, which is very strange. So click on export, and what I would do now is try to segregate this. So I'm just going to take it out, right? Remove the smiling lady, right, and see if we can just export this, right? Yeah, so we'll just export this, and this is going to be obviously a background. So either BG or something like that. So either BG, and then want to put this within our actual project. Okay, so I think it's coming in. Okay, so let me take this breakpoint off. So yeah, what I've done is to basically add a background image here within our extend block, right? So images, we have header.bg.png, right? So we have the header.bg. This is it, header.bg. This is what we just exported, right? So we have it here. So what we want to do is to go over to our page. You notice that in design, let me undo all of this real quick. Yeah, so in the design, you actually see that the navigation and the and the arrow section basically has that background all together. So what we want to do is to make sure that we wrap both, I think, in that kind of in some sort of div or whatever, and then apply the background there. So just take it out and put it here, and we're gonna do the class bg hero. You can see it's coming out as expected in the typing, right? So one other thing that we do is we want to make sure this one does not have a white background. So we need to remove the background from the navigation. So go to navbar. It has a BG white. You want to just take that off, right? And so also I think we can leave the one of the mobile though. So you can see that it's coming in as expected now. So let's check it for the mobile. Mobile though basically has this. So yeah, let me quickly fix this. In the hero section, instead of using padding, we're actually using margin. So it's actually PT top, not empty top, right? So we won't have issues like that. Okay, I think mobile is quite okay. It's quite fine. Right. So one other thing is with the sizing here, right? You can notice that we have a background taken up this way, right? So we want to make sure that this image does not extend out of that background, right? So it should be like within it, obviously, right? So let's see how we can achieve that real quick. I'm going to just inspect on the actual page now. Okay, so this is a BG and here, right? So let's see where are we having BG white. Okay, let's refresh this. Okay, so let's see. We want to make sure that the image is actually within, from the design, is actually within the block. It doesn't have to extend out the of the actual background or something. Okay, so let me quick look around that and I'll get back to you guys real quick. Okay, so I've actually like choosing a different approach. So instead of actually exporting the background, this little background, so what I've done is to actually utilize CSS clip path. So what we're going to do is you can go over to your code and in your global or CSS or whatever CSS file you have, you can just specify the min width can actually be, because we want to actually apply this for large screens, right? So clip arts primarily work well on small device, might just have some weird behavior. So I want to make sure that it's actually from a very large screen upwards, right? So then you want to leverage a platform like CSS Clipart Generator, or simple still, you can leverage Clippy. Clippy is actually an online tool for you to be able to, you know, perform, this kind of action. So what you're going to do is, though for this lesson, I'm just utilizing this. You can use Clippy as well. So it's just a replica of Clippy. So what you're going to do, you want to select the decagon. Decagon basically means it has like 10 sides. So you can click on it and then you just want to modify it, right? If you modify it here, the clip parts values here basically just change, right? So you want to be able to like, just get a very decent kind of view and then just copy it, right? So you copy it and then you have it, pasted right in here. So that's actually the idea of we using Clippy. So once you have Clippy, you just want to go to your page and just put it right there, Clippy, right? So this is going to actually, act like an actual kind of clip art. So you can actually see the behavior now, though it's not perfect, right? So you can actually spend more time on this to make it more perfect in terms of positioning. And when you go to a smaller screen, you can see that we don't have that kind of behavior, right? So this is for us to basically have something that works, especially in large screens, majorly. So it only comes up when you have a large screen. Fantastic, right? So this is actually how you can implement it using CSS clip path, because background may actually have some weird behavior where there's some sort of space at the bottom and all. So you can actually just go ahead and delete the hero BG that you already have, right? So we have header BG, you can just delete it. So we're just using the actual pure. We have a background, and then we just use clip art to basically specify how the dimension should be. Okay, so now that we're done with this, we can actually see that it's actually very responsive, mobile responsive, and then we actually come up here. So one thing I want to change though, this title in the mobile has to be reduced a bit, right? So let's do that. So this is actually, so for medium screen, you can just do text 30 pixel for maybe much more smaller screens. Okay, yeah, something like that. So that seems more like mobile, right? Okay, so and also there's this icon here, seems bigger than expected and there's no proper gap in between. So we are going to fix that right away. Okay, so let's give it a proper gap first off. All right, so we have the, where is it? Here it is, right? So there's a gap. Most times it's just for 3. It's completely fine. And this play icon, let's give it a width of maybe like 50. See how that is. So refresh it, and 50, yeah, 50 is coming in nice and clean, at least. Okay, so let's make sure that this one has gap of 3, which is okay, right? So one other thing I would worry about is the actual size of this button is 220, right? So where is it? This button is actually 220. So for medium large screens, the weight is actually 220 pixel from the design. Okay, so it just seems too big when you actually apply it in real life, right? So that's a 200. Okay, or 150. Okay, yeah, something like that. Something like that, yeah. And the gap between here and here has to be more pronounced, right? So it's a gap 2, let's just do gap 4. Okay, so yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. We just complete those minor fixes, and there we go. We actually proceed to the logo group section. Let's quickly do this. It's very basic, and let's go. And what we want to do is to obviously just close out every other thing we have. Close out, close this out. Just pin this, right? Pin this logo group section and pin this, right? So we're going to pin this and we're going to start working on the logo group section. So what we have here, it's kind of, very cool, right? So I want to actually use a loop in this case. Const data. So a loop of, the actual images part, right? So what you want to do is you want to just do, I think is logo group 1 all the way to 6, right? So you just want to do images logo 1 png, yeah, just like that. Just do it all the way to 6, I think. Two, 3, 4. Right, so we just do 5 and 6. I should have it first. And then what we want to do it now is, let's create a div here first. So we have a div and we have a paragraph. And paragraph is just, it's just this. So just do Ctrl C on there and paste it in there. And obviously you want to just loop through this data and render these images. So what you want to do is you want to do JavaScript bracket, and you want to do data dot map. You want to do image. So you want to just make sure you return that, right? So what we're actually returning is actually JSX as just an image, right? So we just put the image there, and don't forget to specify a key, which is going to be the index in this case, right? So image index, so our key can actually be that index. So auth on the other end is just logo. All right, so we basically have this, right? So which is fantastic. So one thing we do is to try to style it. So class name, how do we style this, right? So we have a style here. Copy it, come in here and do text. Okay, so that's the text. And what else do we do? From what we see in the design, is actually 28 pixel and 28. 28 pixel, and let's go. Let's check it out. Okay, you can see all our logos is coming in as expected. Right, so let's have a div wrapper here that wraps everything. So what we are going to do now is to do a class flex justify center. So it's going to put it at the center, and obviously this actually should be a flex colon, right, with item center. Okay, so let's flexify all of this, flex and flex wrap. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to make sure that we have items center with full, right? So the gap can actually be 8 for now. Let's see how that is. Then item center, yeah, Facebook, grab, and whatever. So this is actually a, yeah, justify center, of course. Whew. All right, so we have to give a space here and here, I think. Margin top 8, let's see the behavior there. And meanwhile, we can just use this, right? So margin Y, 8 top bottom. So top on the other end has to be more pronounced, I think. Right, so okay, so we want to actually give a gap between all our components. I think that is much more friendly instead of doing it manually, right? So we can remove this and go to page. We want to give a gap between all of these guys, right? So we can just create a div and place all these sections right within it. So we have flex column, maybe gap 32, something like that. Right, so let's see. Okay, so yeah, if we're doing gap 32, that means here though has to basically have like a gap of 32, of course. So we can as well just put it within here. MC 32. Seems to be too much. Let's do 16. 16 looks quite good, right? So we could just do 16 here as well. So yeah, this is what we're going to have. And inside of the logo group section, you can decide to say, oh, the margin bottom has to be like 8 or something like that. Yeah, so this will just give us a very great design. So we'll minimize, we're going to actually have this cool effect. And meanwhile, you have to make sure that this actually has its center, so they are all, aligned properly on the center. Right, so you can see that our logo group is actually very responsive, which is fantastic, right? So that's why I said we should just break it down into smaller sections today, right? So we have all of this section. So what we want to worry about is this other part. So this part has to do with the all-in-one cloud software section, right? So let's do this. Let's build this section. It's very easy. We just have to create our cards and do the needful. So is it WhatIsSkilline? Actually, it's all in one. I think it was not included. All-in-one section. Yeah. All-in-one section. Okay, so this is good. And you can close out this. Close this out and pin this. Okay, so what we want to do is to obviously have our title. It seems this header is actually like reused or something. We already have it here. See, I'm just going to copy it, and obviously, yeah, the headers are actually pretty much reusable. I need to create a reusable component for our header. So you go to comma, and what we want to do is to come in here and just create an header.csx. So header is going to be taken in, I think, just the text. Right, so but the problem with it now is that it happens on different occasions, right? Some is tied and the other is not tied. So, but it's still very easy. So what we can do is that we can actually have two texts. One will actually be the first test, and the other will be the second test, right? So the test that is styled will come in as one. The test that isn't styled can actually just come in as the second. But in cases we have like three different styling, oh my god, that makes it even more complicated, right? Okay, so this is kind of cool, but it requires lots of extra work. So there's no point doing that. So I can just remove it and just copy and paste it anytime we want to use it. That is decent enough. Okay, so let's go to the all-in-one section, right? So all-in-one is a way we want to be able to say, oh, okay, this is a section, and in this section we have a div, and this div basically has like a couple of stuffs, right? So this section has like a paragraph with all of this. Paste it in here. What else do we have? We have another paragraph, like a description or subtitle or whatever that is. And obviously this will actually have to do with our card. We'll create the card, all in one card. So can minimize this, go to source, go to components. Component, you're going to create a new folder called cards. Create a new file called all in one. All in one card.tsx. So we just put it here first. Do the other modifications in a bit. Okay, so while we're doing all of this, I want to quickly go back to where we have studying, right? No, all right. So I'll go back there, and I want to just put this in there, and then we have studying blah blah blah. So I'm just going to copy this. In fact, I'm copying both. All right, so I'll just paste them in here. So paste this into here. All right, so all in one is, which one was colored? Oh, the cloud software was colored. Okay, interesting. All right, so that should give us a very good all in one. So the size here is actually 36, not 36, seems to, yeah, 36 pixel, something like that. So all in one, then skin line about this is actually 24 with different shades, of course. So 20 seems too big, not to even talk of the other one. So what we'll do is to paste this in here. Okay, so let's see. Space between my can just be 3. It doesn't have to be too much. Okay, so yeah, can just as well remove that, so it wouldn't be a problem. So the good part is we want to make sure that text center is here, and also text center is here, in both cases. All right, so yeah, let's work on our cards. Our cards will be very interesting. So what we need in the card is actually the icon. Okay, the icon path, right? The icon path, the title, and then the description. Okay, yeah, so that's going to be very straightforward. Okay, so we need let's create an interface for what we need first. So interface, you can just do iProps or whatever, as the case may be, or you can just make it more descriptive, right? So you can just do modify this. Right, or you can just do all in one card props. Just depends on how you want to do it. Yeah, all the methods basically works. So what we want is actually the icon URL, or just the icon is fine. It's going to be a string. The title on the other hand is going to be a string, right? And there's a title there. And finally, we have the description. So we have the description, we have the icon, we have the title, and then we have the description. So what we're going to do here is that we want to be able to check out a couple of things, right? So this is our card. It's going to have a shadow. So shadow, let's do shadow medium first, right? Let's do that. Okay, so we have the icon. We have to position that absolutely. So let's focus on the first title and then the subtitle. So we have the title, we have the sub description or the subtitle, anyhow you want to put it. So in here we basically have to come in with, put it here, icon, title, and description. All in one code, right? So we have the icon, we have the whatever, and then we have the description. So what we want to do again is we want to be able to absolutely position this guy, right? So it's going to be an absolute position, it's going to be maybe a little bit away from the top, I think. Right, I want to make sure that it's actually like going way to the top. So for accuracy, right, I think we shouldn't make it absolute. We can as well just put it here, right? It doesn't have to be absolute. So what we want to do is to just put the image, then we apply some sort of negative margin to the top. So what we're going to do is to put in the actual image slash images, I think. Yeah, images slash the, oh my god, it's actually the icon. I don't have to specify that anymore. Icon. Okay, so card icon. Okay, so what I want to do again is to obviously style this out with that color. I'm not sure if we've already used it before. Secondary, okay, interesting. So okay, the secondary text 30 pixel. All right, so here on the other end has to be text this. All right, and this is actually like 20 pixels or something like that. Okay, so there we go, right? And this can actually have a lot of margin top, right? So py, let's do it here. Okay, yeah, something like that, right? So we just do empty. We'll come back to this and and measure the accuracy. Okay, so what we're going to do is in here we are going to define our actual data, right? So it's going to be an array of objects, right? So this array of objects is going to basically have the icon. So images slash that icon. Let's see what name we gave to it before. So that icon looks like a paper icon or something. Yeah, we have paper underscore icon. We have the calendar icon. Okay, so let's do it. paper underscore icon dot png, right? So there we go, right? So let's get our title. Title, then our description. So we have the paper icon. The other one has to do with the calendar icon. Okay, so this is the title here though. Copy that and paste it right in here. And also want to copy all of this. Right. So come in here and we'll paste this right here. And also we'll grab the description and paste it right in there. Okay, so these are actually everything we need. I think this is actually user group. Okay, so we have majority of these stuffs and we just need to be able to render them, right? So let's do it. Okay, so we basically have a feature here, right? So don't forget, basically I have to specify some sort of index. Whenever you loop, you specify an index, which are actually like unique identifier or something within the page. And then we just want to return the JSX, right? So which is this. So paste this in there. And we want to just make sure that we want to spread through the feature, and the key here can just be the index, right? Okay, so let's remove this one. Okay, so this should be able to do it for us. Let's see why it's complaining. Okay, like this is 3, not 2 dots, but 3 dots, of course. Okay, 3 dots. All right, so yeah, so that's it for the main part. We have a feature, we have the index, and then we're passing it to the all-in-one component with these particular declarations. And yeah, let's see what we have. Okay, so you can actually see our cards right here. Okay, so let's see. Does it really have like a this is a drop down shadow, right? So let's click on it. Okay, could I usually like gotten a what's it called, the exact styling? Okay, so yeah, I want to get this exact background, box shadow. Let me look for a way to get it. I think there's a plugin. I will be back in a moment. Okay, so I did find a package, but it wasn't really like that cool. I think we should just do it manually for now, right? Really, a problem. We will not worry about that. Yeah. So what we're going to do is this. Everything has to be centered. By the way, let's do that. Okay. So we have the cloud software. Um. Okay, class we has to do with title, right? I'm not sure where that is coming from, by the way. Not really a thing. I don't even know how that got into there. So let's grab everything in this card and do flex justify center. Okay, item center, and that's to be in column, right? Obviously. And then we have to make sure that everything here is like, yeah, where is it? All-in-one section. Everything here is, can you be flex wrap, justify between, and obviously that's going to like, not sure if we even need flex wrap, to be honest. Okay, so let's do a gap of 16. A gap of 8. Okay, gap of 8. Gap of 2. Oh, the flex was removed for some weird reason. Yeah, gap of 8. Okay, so gap 8. Don't miss the dash. Okay, alright, so let's add margin px around this px8. Okay, so this has to be centralized, so that's text center, right? So that makes sense. Okay, I think we'll just apply the same effect from the title. Apply same effect right there, and I want to actually make this, smaller compared to the way this looks. Too big and really annoying. 16 RAM, I think. Yeah, something like that seems pretty decent to me. And yeah, so what I'm going to do is to obviously make sure that the gap here is like 16, the margin top, so nothing overlaps. 32, yeah, something like that. So we have to worry about the responsiveness though. Let's try first. Let's try it out if it works. Okay, so flex wrap doesn't really work well. So I think if that's the case, we can just use grid, right? So we're going to remove all of this and just do grid. So grid columns. Sorry about that. So grid columns 1. But in medium devices, it can actually be 2. So grid columns 2. For the next large devices, we can as well just make it 3. Grid columns 3. So yeah, that makes perfect sense. So and that will actually make it responsive in a very elegant way. And then we need to specify our gap of 8. Okay, so let's go consider it's actually coming in nice and clean. And yeah, so what we are going to do here is that we have to make sure that this guy, so when it's actually like this, right, want to like increase the gap. So gap 8, so it's going to be like gap 32 and the gap 8, something like that maybe. So if it's small, so we just have this, it's still within the text. So the shadow for this code, we can as well just make sure that I want it to be more pronounced really. So the shadow we don't really have on the side, which is crazy. Okay, let's do medium. Okay, so let's go to our design again and highlight this. So when you highlight that, you have your shadow, and this is the X. Let's say libraries. All libraries. Yeah, nothing much really. So I really wanted to get to extract the actual shadow, but for some weird reason, yeah, we're not able to do that. So let's have the radius replaced. So we have rounded, right? Specify that within there, and yeah, so that one is coming in nice. Okay, so now that we're done with the first part, we can actually move on to the second section, which is this, and it contains this as well, so it makes sense. So what we're going to do is to add value that section with literally the same thing, right? The same content here in here. I mean, so we're gonna copy that, and we just want to, well, not really copy that. We just want to copy this part of it, I think. So go to skill. What is skill line? Right. So I want to just paste it in there. It's a section. So you paste that in there, and let's position it properly. Here has to be what is. So here on the other end has to be the skill line. So skill line. So I think is 1 is 2L. So then the description, you can grab that and place it right within here. All right, and let's see what we have. Guess we now have this, right? Okay, so this is test center, and you just do max width 400 pixels. This can actually be for medium devices upwards. Slash flares justify center, something like that. I don't know if it works. So since when you specify this width for this kind of character, it has some sort of implication, right? So okay, I think there's actually a max character you can specify in CSS. Max character CSS, exactly. So I think we should not really, let's say this. So max with 15 character, yeah, something like this, yeah. 15 ch, I think. Yes, how it works, but okay, let's undo max 400 ch. Okay, which is very weird because if you do the specification 100 characters, it does not just put it to the end, right? Which is strange. Let's see how our design is. We have this. Yeah, it's supposed to like go to the end. The text syntax on where it doesn't work anymore. Should this be at the end? I doubt. Okay, not really working. So let's see. Test overflow maxed with 15 characters. Sometimes it just doesn't work. Yeah, so there's the p tag, overflow, whatever. Let's play with it and see if it works. So go to globals.css. Also the obviously in the app right here, and let's put it here. So we're gonna just put this 15 ch 15. Okay, so instead of doing this, I can just put it here. Okay, so obviously it doesn't work. Very strange thing. Yeah, so let's pick the first one. I think that looks more promising compared to. It was using some ellipses. No. That is a no. No, it doesn't make sense. This isolation stuff doesn't work. Okay, so let's just leave it the way it is for now, and obviously come back to it later on. So let's do this. Let's just position it at the center first. Okay, maybe just do some MX for now. MX16. Yeah, so let's do that for now. Yeah, all right. So let's go. We have we need a card here though. It's going to be a separate card. So we're going to go call it the screen line card. All right. So screen line. That's actually just one L though. So what I'm going to do is to go to card, create a new card, and call this card dot. Okay, so this card is just going to have an image, right? It will have an image, a title, and the button text. So let's define the interface. Right, so we have the image first of all. It's going to be a string. The title, which is the string, of course. And then we have the button text. Right. So what we'll do here at this stage is that we'll destructure what we already have. So we have the image, title, and button text. So this is going to be the iProps, right? And okay, so yeah, we'll worry about how the rest is going to be. So meanwhile, I think what we have here is actually background. So as I said before, if you intend certain backgrounds, what you normally do is you go to your configuration file, right? In here is going to be a couple of them, right? So it's going to be something like this. So we have to like specify the one we're using. So this actually instruction. I can just do this instruction, right? The instruction. Then you specify the actual part to it, right? So we specify this part, and it's going to be under images slash. Let's take a look at it again, right? So images slash w lady. Is that it? Oh, I see. Of course. Okay. There's as instruction, and the other one is for student. These are just background colors, background images, by the way. So we put it here, and this one has to do for students. So we have images slash. It's not like a classroom. Let's say. Oh, not really. Study group. All right. So this is it. You're just going to grab that name here and put it here. So we can now use this within our actual configuration depending on what is set up, right? So yeah, go back to the actual file right here, and not there, of course. Not there, that's so wrong. So this one. Okay, so depending on what is being used, right? So you can do just the maybe image type. So you can just take in I'm gonna use union here. So you're going to be taking instruction, or is going to take in students, right? So that's just going to be the type we use. So we, irrespective of what it takes in, we need to be able to display it kind of in a very cool manner. So this is the, so yeah, we basically have the title here, title, and apart from the title we have the button. So text is actually going to be the button text, right? And we want to say is active button, is button active, going to be a boolean, and it's going to be false by default, right? So is button active is something that we can now paste in here as part of our classes, right? All right, so we do classes, we close this out, and meanwhile we want to make sure that this is an actual JavaScript stuff. So what we're going to do is to do the image type. So the image type is actually equal to instruction, students, as the case may be. I think we just have to, so we don't need this extra something, right? So we can also just take this off. So if image type is actually like students, right? So yeah, add this style. If not, do this. So I think that makes perfect sense. So if it's actually students, you want to like make sure the BG is actually of this color. Is it a secondary color? Not sure. Let's check it out. Oh, obviously not. Okay, so it has to be BG. We'll paste that in the text is white. Font is bold. Right. So similarly, if it is not, we want to do BG transparent. Right. We have the border. We have the border white. Right. And then we have the same, text properties. We just paste it in here. And yes. So and also this text, this title is going to be uppercase. So we have the uppercase, and yeah, we have to make it bold as well. To make it bold. Yeah, exactly. So this is it. So this is how the structure is going to be for the most part. So and meanwhile, we can actually just do specify some sort of height that you should take. So the height is like 400 pixel. So that is okay. So you can do height, right? Okay. So before I had limited to an height, which can be problematic. What I want to do is just do flex, justify center, item center, right? And yeah, let's see this first. Okay, so one other thing I'm going to go to what is skill session. Let's close out the rest, please. So basically, I have that, and then we want to display our cards. So we have to specify our data. So in here, we basically have a title. Title here is this. So you paste it in here. And the button text is this for this, right? So you paste it in there. And one other thing we'll do is we'll know the image type. Let's be sure, right? I've forgotten the exact thing we used there. So we have the image type, of course. Was very close. All right, so image type, and you want to make sure this first one is like instructions. Okay, so we'll replicate the same for the other, but we'll just want to change some like few properties, right? Doesn't have to be too much. So we come in here, we'll paste that there, and obviously we'll grab the actual title, we'll put it right in here. Okay, then there's the button text. So paste it in here, and students, right? So that's the way it should be. And meanwhile, it's actually rounded by 20 pixels. So that is cool. We can just come in and say rounded 20 pixels. So what is skill line? So yeah, there we go. You can come in here and obviously grab our data, the map. You want to the map, right? So you want to get the content. For that, create this content index. Yeah, so we want to just put this guy here. What guy? You mean the this guy? All right. So One, two, three, then put in the content. Don't forget to wrap this in a JavaScript object. And then we'll specify the key, and then we have the index right there. So we have to import this. It's already imported. What else does it need? It says string is not sample type instructions or whatever, right? So yeah, so I think it's just going to be as okay. So we can actually just do like lays or whatever we want, right? So we can create some sort of type. Yeah, either you do it this way or yeah, that way just works, right? So you can just maybe create a type for it somewhere and just call it type image image type image, right? So let's do type image, yeah, something like that. So yeah, so you can now easily like reuse this and pass it here. Our image is also here as well. So you don't have to worry too much about repetition, right? So yeah, so let's check it out what we have. Okay, so we're having some sort of syntax error. Let's check where that might be coming from. Okay, could it be this? Let's see. Not sure why that is a problem. That's strange. Okay, so let's see our TS config. Do we have anything wrongfully specified here? I doubt. Everything seems alright for the most part. Okay. Let's put a string. Okay, so let's see. We're going to debug this bit by bit. Let's comment out this and see if that is still a problem. Okay, obviously it can actually be a problem with this actual component. Let's see. So there's actually an unexpected string in 42. Tailwind.config 42, an unexpected string. I can't find it. Unexpected string. That's very much unlikely because this is a copy of this as well. Okay, so I think if issues like this persist, just restart your damn server. That should fix it, I think, for the most part. Okay, so yeah, those issues are really annoying sometimes. You just have to restart your server and the issue just goes away. Okay, so what we're going to do here is that yes, we have the cards. Let's uncomment it. Okay, so we basically have, yeah, we have this. So we have to specify the width of this button, which seems to be large quite a bit. So it's like 283. So let's go there and make sure that our button's width is 283. 23 pixel seems too much for me, but anyways, it's completely fine. Right, so yeah, let's put our background color. Right, so if the image type, so right there, right there, so if the image type is actually equal to instructions, so if the image type is equal to instructions, yeah, so you want to actually specify the BG, so the BG we have is the instruction, I think. So BG instruction, SBG. Yes, let's see what we have there. Students, I think. Okay, so yeah, something like that should work. Are we missing anything here? I doubt. Take that off. Okay, something seems off. Let's check what's going on there. Okay, this is we closing this out. This we closing out this, I think. So image type. Oh, I see. No, not at all. We're having this image type here, which is very weird. Okay, so we're gonna just refresh that, and okay, it's coming in for both, which is a good thing. All right, so let's see our card. Let's give it minimum height of 100 pixel. Okay, so the text is actually white for the most part. Right, so here we just do text white. So this index we can just do colon copy it or something like that. Okay, so one thing we want to do with our background is I want to make sure that it's not really like repetitive, right? So rounded 20. So first off, I'm just going to do flex column string, something like that. So each of them should basically have like flex grow or something like that as well. Okay, so this makes it to grow, you know, as an actual something. And yeah, so this other thing that we're going to do now is that it has a little bit of like a black overlay that we did not take note of. Right, so it's not just this image. This image has a combination of this rectangle, right, which is like this. There's a feel of it. Okay, so we can as well just look for a way to put that there to make it a little bit darker, right? Because I feel that's what we need at this stage, right? So it needs to be very dark. So this gap can actually be 4. It seems to be too much for it, I think. Okay, so the text size here is actually 32. Yeah, 32 pixel, 32. So for students, for whatever, right? So come in here. So I think it's just completely fine. Probably want to remove the border on over. Right, so let's take that off. Okay, so you can just do over border none. Okay, so that makes perfect sense. And on small devices, we want to just have this kind of behavior, right? It's completely fine. So what we want to do is to put that image to obviously just overlay what we have, right? So we already have our background, and we need a way to be able to add some sort of overlay to it. Okay. So what I would normally do in this case, I can just create a div here. So here, let's make this relative for some reason. So we can, so that this absolute can actually, you know, um, go with it. So we have the absolute, and what we basically have here is background, and the background is actually, yeah, so the background is this, right? Right, so this is the background, and let's click on it. And I think this one was like 50% or something. Can we see the percentage around here? I think. Okay, so now it's fine. And what else do we need? We need a way to be able to do. Okay, so we have top 0. We need a full width. Left 0, top 0, left 0, right 0, and bottom 0. Right, so that's something we need. And obviously, you can say that it's actually on top. And one cool thing we love to do is that we want to try to overlay this, right? So we want to make sure that the title is on top, so also with the button. So let's say Z10, right? Okay, that just works. So the same thing here, you just copy that style and paste it right in here. So we're just giving it much more, IO Z index. So that way we have our little guy on top, and everything is still coming out nice and clean, right? So this makes sense. And yeah, so this shape has to have some sort of border as well, so it is consistent. So let's add that border there. The border from the looks of it was rounded 20. So we'll come in here and we'll just do rounded 20 as well. So that's going to give it the same border kind of appearance. So you can see that it's actually very responsive. So I'm really happy what we have here, honestly. Right. So large screens you basically have this, but smaller screens you have it, somewhere else. So you grow it and obviously specify the maximum width if you want, right? So in ideally you can just you don't have to specify those. You just allow it to free flow and make it responsive. So when we're applying the final size, we'll just add margins to the left and the right. Okay, so let's go. We're done with that. Let's go to this other section. Oh, it's still the same section, of course. So let's do this, right? Let's do this section. So let's go, want to build it here. Okay, so we have our div, right? So this is the div. So I think, okay, so that we're already done with that. What is skill exactly? So this is this section, and just going to wrap everything here in a div. From here to here, everything all wrapped up in a div. And you want to create another div. So this one will actually denote our second section, which is here. So what we want here though is two divs, two parent div, I think, container, as you may. Right, so come in here and you want to like specify, the way you normally specify title and stuff like that. That's the same way we want to do it now. And just copy this and paste it right in here. So the coloring basically starts from you can or something like that. Okay, so this one on the other end can just be alright, so we do that and we paste it right in here. Okay, so just to remember, this can use the HTML code here. So apostrophe. Okay, so we basically have another one which is like it's like a link really. Link. So what's the name of the link? Is learn more. Right, so it's can actually be a next link. Maybe an href that links here. Right, so we don't really have a proper link for it yet. So that's completely fine. So we're going to actually just give it a class. Okay, so let's see what we have so far. Okay, so everything in a classroom or whatever. So we want to remove some of these styles here, which doesn't make sense, like the test center. Yeah, because it is not centered. Okay, so MX, whatever we have here, we can just take it off. So what's the size of this? Is 36. Maybe 30 for now. Let's see. Okay, so skis, whatever. Right, so what else do we have? We have the learn more. So underline offset by 2. Okay, by 4. Okay, so something like that. I think by 2 is just decent. Okay, so what I want to do here now is my8. Okay, good. So on the right hand side, we have to be able, there's this a shape here that I would put in a bit. And on this side, we have a classroom kind of study session. So it's definitely an image. So let's bring it in. Image, specify the source / images / let's go look for that image. Before we do that, let's just specify our auth classroom. All right, so images. What I want to do is the classroom, right? This one. So just want to copy that name and take it to here. Close out the rest. Close out this. Spin this. Paste that in there. Not PNG. So this is going to be like this for us. And meanwhile, we need a very, very smart way to say, oh, okay, so this is flex, column, gap 8, and the flex row. Okay, so after that, you want to just do item center to put this one there and put that one there. Okay, so yeah, let's add some gaps. So gap 8 or gap 16, if you may. Okay, so that just makes sense. So margin top can actually be margin top can actually just be 5 rem. Okay, so 5 rem around that. Okay, so the actual image here from here and here seems to be quite spacious. So let's modify that. Right, so here okay, so margin bottom is not 8. We can just do 16. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, so something like that. Okay, so we have this section, which is wonderful. And we have to move on to, okay, yeah, we're not done. We have this little shape here. Let's quickly add it. We have it. It's like a very small ball shape. It's actually like close to everything, I think. All right, so what we're going to do is to, in here, is actually there. So this is going to actually be relative. I can also just make this a div to have a proper box structure. And what I'm going to do in here, I'm just going to create a different div with that particular image. So I'm going to put this in and just put it right in here. So that's the image, and I think the name is like Seco. The name we used here, not sure. This is obviously an icon, but primary shape, I think. Of course. Absolute top 0 left 0. Right, so let's do that. So top minus 4 rem. Okay, so you can just do minus 3 rem or minus 2. Okay, so what I want to do is to make sure that this z index stays above, right? So let's say we do z10, something like that, for example. Okay, that will take it below it, and meanwhile the e seems to be a little bit close to the center, not completely at the center though. So left minus 1 rem, right? So top is actually just a 3 or 1.5. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, so that's left is going to be minus 0.5 or minus 2, right? Yeah, something like that, right? So we're not seeing it here because we don't have proper margins. So yeah, something like that just works. All right, so what we want now is a way to be able to grab our features, right? So we need all of this, right? So we need a way to be able to design these and all the features. The features is quite long, I think. So we just need to be able to define all. All right, so let's go to our features and start building it out. Okay, so our features is actually not in here. So we can just close this out and close that out as well. So our features, there we go. There's going to be a section. So I'm going to copy that and paste it right in here. So yeah, so we basically have that, and we want to, let's grab a title, a reasonable title, right? So I think what is Skillshare is the title. What is, all right? So let's search for that. Can also just pin this by search. All right, so it's going to be our features. So our features, so we'll grab every content here and we'll just paste it right in here. Okay, so we have a very cool component that we can just, well, it's completely just easy, right? You don't need to create like 1,000 components to achieve this, but we want to make it as easy for us as much as possible, right? So you can notice that all these components looks very similar except this first one, right? So in this first one, we can just decide to not do a proper thing, right? But these other ones, we have to make sure that it is, it's just one component we're using to make it way easier for us. Okay, so let's build up this component for features. It's going to be highly like reusable, and can you choose your positioning here and there, and we'll make everything reusable for you. That would be very awesome, right? Okay, so let's build it. So this is going to be our feature card. So come in here and you want to, oh, my font is actually very small. I hope you guys have been seeing it so far, right? I obviously missed that. All right, so go to source, go to components, go to cards. So what we want to do here is to obviously just create a feature card, right? So call it feature card.csx. So we have to now component export. So this feature card basically just has a couple of things, right? I would say. So I'll create the interface. So it has like options for those that just takes in options or whatever. So but ideally it has an image. So the interface is going to take in an interface of hyperps. It's going to take in an image, right? Which is a string. Description, which is a string, and so we have the image, we have the description, we have the title, which is a string as well, right? All right, so that is it. So we have those two important stuffs, and the direction, right? So the direction can actually be a boolean. Okay, so let's say image left, right? Boolean. So yeah, you can actually like select the ones you want if you want to place image on the left or on the right. So this makes sense. Let's worry about all of this. Oh, okay. One other thing we'll worry about is the text itself. We can just put it in as a component, right? So that title is going to be a component for the best case scenario, right? So we can be able to style it and perform custom stuffs on it, right? So yeah, I think that works. Okay, so obviously there's going to be a React element. That is going to be a React dot element. React element, I think it's React element. Exactly. So just want it to be a React element or a JSX element, as the case may be, right? So we'll see how that turns out. All right. So the next thing is that we're going to be able to, worry about the sides and other stuffs. So I'm going to use this as the idea. So one thing we do here is to, obviously just render this, right? So if it's a component, we'll just render that component. Okay, so yeah, 1 second, please. Okay, so we're back. Yeah, so we just render that, and obviously we'll position our image the way we want to position it. So if we go to feature card, you can come here and say, okay, so it's going to have its own div, like 2 divs. One is going to be an actual image, right? So it's going to obviously contain the arts. Okay, so we have a feature card image, something like that. And then the image URL, we've not really put it here, which is here, I think. So we have the image. And meanwhile, let's get a copy of everything: image, title, description, image left true first, right? So I props. So yeah, basically I have that. So what we're going to do here is that we can actually do p, or as the case may be, we can just do div, and we can render our title there. Right, this is a JSX element. So still does work, right? So we have our title, and then we need a way to pass in the actual description. So we pass in the actual description here. Okay. So that is it. We basically have to, and this is it. We just do flex column md flex row gap it, right? So the other good thing about this approach is we want to be able to bring in JavaScript to JavaScript object to make it um, relative. So what we're going to do here is, if the image is left, we perform some action. If it is not, we have some styling. Right. So if the image is left, you want to just make sure that we have to do flex reverse. Okay, so it's going to be flex reverse. So X is not going to be anything. It's going to be the way it is. And meanwhile, all that's left now is I want to look for a way to basically like style it and do all those stuff, right? So we don't really care much about the one of the title. I think title is actually JSS element, but the one of the subtitle though is what we're interested in. So that's the same thing as the one on top. So we can copy the style from what we have on top, this one. So we can just copy all this style, I think, and paste it right in here. Okay, so we don't need MX or anything. Just do the center. Not sure if we need that too. Margin bottom 16. Do you have anything on the margin bottom? No, we don't. Yeah, so that alone is fine. And one other thing we need is, okay, I think that's all we need. We just want to be able to stay away. My top can just be it. Right, so and then we have to control this, right? So yeah, obviously you want to just do justify between, right? So let's do this, right? So this is for this case or this scenario. What happens if we want to obviously display some options, right? So if we're displaying some options, it's going to be optional. Options is going to be an array. Yeah, it's going to be an array of strings, but I think we only have one that displays options. Yeah, just one. So it's going to be an array, right? So it's just going to be a freaking array. So an array of string is fine, right? So there we go. We can actually specify our options here. Right, so if we have our options, there's no point for description. We just need our option there. So I want to do if options dot length, right? Do this, let's do that. So I'm going to copy all of this. If there's options, do the option part. But if there isn't, you just want to, you just want to do something else, right? So come in here and right, so yeah, this is what we have. So now we want to actually display this. Probably just do 8, or 8 is fine for the most part, right? So one other thing we want to do is to be able to, just a list of the options, right? So we need the option icon, right? And then we need the option. Obviously, it's not going to be the option string. I think it's going to be this instead. So option of the icon, which is a string, and the text itself, right, which is definitely a string. So it's going to be an array of this guy. So this is what we expect in the options, right? So It's going to have an icon. It's going to have a text. So that way, it's easier for us to obviously just position it. You can just create a div, and in this div, we want to just display all, right? So you could say options. So options is a map option. Don't forget we have to bring in our index, right? Go in there and come in here. So this div will actually just put it inside, and yeah. So now let's mark it with a key. The key will be our index. So we basically have to display the actual image here. So the image is going to be option.icon, I think. Icon. Right, and then we have the actual text, right? So let's do that. The actual text is going to be the option dot text. So we have to basically style that text. So that text can actually take this style, and obviously we have to like specify 22 as the width. So the width 20 as the case maybe. 22 might not really come out well. So we'll put it there, and yeah, that's it for the most part. And then we want to make sure that this is actually flexified with gap of 4. Okay, so something like that, right? It's something like that. So apart from that, we want to be able to do flex column gap 8 right within there. So that's going to like give us a very robust kind of component we've just created, which is nice. And then we want to copy this feature card. We'll go to our feature section, and we want to just bring in our data, right? So let's go here. Where's our first data? The first data is this guy. So what we do is to obviously do const f1 data, right? So f1 data can just be okay. So yeah, very straightforward, I think, for the most part. So f1 data want to just go in there. I was thinking, okay, I think we can do it this way, so it's completely fine to be way much more easier for you guys to follow. So the image is slash images slash. So I think f1 officially should work. Good, f1 just works. So close that out. So f1 png. And what else do we have? So we have the title. Title is actually a JSX element, right? So you can just create it on top, or you can just do something that returns, right? So just something like this, it's a JSX that returns something, right? So you can just do a JSX function that returns anything. Is obviously some sort of JSX, right? So it's going to return, okay, so something like this. I'm just going to copy that and paste it in here. So to me, it's like a paragraph, right? So the only thing that changed is the actual, obviously the actual styling. And okay, so what I would do to make it much more robust is we can go to the card again, right? And in the card, the text, that's the title. The title now, we can actually just give it predefined or predetermined, size and other stuff. So font semi-bold, text secondary, right? Yeah, something like that. So, and then text maybe 40 pixel. That might not be accurate, but we'll see. Right, so come in here, we have it, and we already know the part that may actually have issue. You can just do span, take this user, whatever, user interface, and we just take it within the span. Right, so if we just do class text primary, right? So that's all we need basically, I think. So that's the title. Title is going to be a JSX, a React.jsx.element, right? So if we just do this, and at the same time, we can just place that there, if that works, right? So we don't need to have a proper typing. So what else do we have? We have the title, then we need the description. So description we see is obviously there's no description here. We just have options. So options. So options is actually an array of objects, right? So it has an icon slash images slash something like square icon or something, square color icon or something like this. Yeah, is this it? No, not at all. I doubt. So what icon do we have again? Like overlay or something? Yeah, we do have an overlay here somewhere. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, I think when the border and I just have to undo this entire design. Something went wrong, obviously, when I was actually exporting, I think. There were some borders there that I can't find anymore. Which is a source of worry. There are some borders that are missing. You're supposed to have some white borders here and there. Right, so I think it's still having it, but it's really not pronounced. Not sure why that is. So this is what I'm basically just exporting, by the way. Okay, so yeah, let's get it in. So overlap icon will be the next. So the first is actually paste that in. Oh, I lost track of it. Square color icon. So let's do squared color icon.png. Right, and the text, right? So the text is actually what we have here, right? Teachers, something, right? So just close that out and just unsee. Is a much more proper structure. So copy this, paste it here. So this one is actually the overlay icon, I think. Overlap. So overlap icon. So where is the actual text? So this is the actual text. So you can just copy that and okay, put this right there, right? So you can copy this again. So you can copy this as well and put it here. Okay. So what do we have after the overlap? We have the user group icon. Is this one? No. User group auth icon, I think. This one. So name, copy that, take it to here, put it here, and obviously just copy the actual text. So I think this is actually one of the most stressful parts. When we are done with this stage, if the rest are just pretty much straightforward. So F1 data. So what we're going to do is F1 data is definitely just an object. So what we will do is we will display our card. So our feature card. So what is missing? So image this is missing the following hyper description. Yes, description is supposed to be optional and image left is optional. So I need to fix those. So image left is actually like optional thing, right? So by default it is image on the left. Let's see. Okay, so I think I'll just define it. Don't worry about it. Description on the other hand has to be optional, right? So grab all of these and paste it here because it's good to have optional properties at the bottom of your interface. All right, so go in here, and what you want to do, image left. Let's specify force, right? And okay, so type element. So reality dot. Okay, so it's actually saying it's actually of type element. Okay, good. We were right before. So element is coming from React, I think. That's actually like React element. Okay, so go to our feature. What else are we missing? So what do we have here? Title are incompatible. This is not assignable to a type. This okay, so that means okay, so we're not wrong before. What we did was correct, but just obviously I think you need to call it or something. A weird thing. It's just a function you call or something like that. So title has to be called to display it or something. All right, so what do we have? Okay, so let's close out the rest to prevent this confusion. And let's see what we have. I'm excited to see what we have designed. Ooh, okay. All right, lots of problems here. Okay, so first off, let's fix the image. Image on the left is putting the image on the right. Okay, image left. So it's actually doing the opposite. So let's go to the feature card and check the behavior. Image left is going to do. Oh, it's supposed to be image right, right. Image. So that's going to be the image right. Image right, I think. Let's go. Refresh this. Okay, so image right. So you can just say true. Not sure. Just some weird behavior. It's not doing anything. That's strange. So image right is actually true, right? So you can just say, oh, we have image on the right. In the design, is it where we're having the image? Image is actually on the left. Let's use image left. Image left. True. So if image is left, okay, so flex rule reverse. Okay, so if we do this, we don't need it to specify this, I think. Yeah, to prevent it from being a big issue. Flex rule or something like that. Let's see. Okay, good. Right, so let's see the responsiveness. Good, impressive, right? So let's fix the issue here of the broken icon. So broken icon is actually coming in from the first one, I think. Images quite colored icon is not working. Images square, oh, just square, not squared. All right. Yeah, so that should bring our item in. And do we need to do item center at any point? Yes, we have to do that. So what we're going to do is to open up our feature card, and in here you just want to make sure your item center is specified, right? All right. Okay, okay, so then this text is not really properly aligned with this icon, so let's fix that. So open that up and go to here, I think, Yeah, so you want to do item sensor right there. Okay, good. You can see that is well aligned now. And beautiful, beautiful. So this, yeah, we've come to the end of this part. So we need to create more of this. Basically, just replicate this and we should be good. We're using one component, mind you. Okay, so let's create a different data for the second row and go to feature section. So we go in here as F1 data. So this can actually be F2 data if you don't mind. So this is the F2 data. So it's going to be F2. And how is the title like? The title is like this. Choose is colored. And the rest parts, fortunately, isn't colored, right? So we can just grab all of these and paste it right there. And okay, we don't have A. And then grab us all the description. Instead of having option, we're going to have description. Okay, so the way I pasted it, just want to make sure it's on one line or something. Right, so F2. So let's do this. So normally what I would do here is to wrap everything in a div and paste them in one after the other. That way we have much more control in terms of gap and spacing. Let's clone gap 16 for now. Okay, so F2 is going to have F2 data. Image left can just be false. Okay, so image left is actually having that same behavior, which is fantastic. Like total teachers, blah 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 blah, so on and so forth, right? So that is cool, way cool. And we just make sure that everything is coming in as expected. Let's go over to the next item in our block. So this is actually the assessment quizzes and text, right? So we want to create a new kind of data for this, going to be the F3 data. So this is actually the F3 data. So come here and do F3 and let's grab the title. Okay, so we'll put it here. You see why we need to have a custom component here because of the way they are structured, right? They are wrong, like weirdly structured, so we need a way to add smart, be able to implement that properly. So assets is not colored, right? So assessments, right? If I could pronounce that well, is not colored. It's also with text, but the little color is quizzes. So you grab that and put it within the colored bracket, right? So grab all the description and we want to just paste them all in here, right? So if we have all of this, then we should be good for the most part, right? So you can come in here and just do F3 data and image left can be true. So come in here, scroll all the way to the bottom. You can see that we have our image on the left and then the other properties on the right. Okay, so good so far. Let's grab the fourth one. This is actually the fourth data. This will be the F4. So copy this and just paste this in here. So this is going to be the F4 data. So we have F4 here, and then we want to do class management, right? So you can just paste that in there and remove this part, is no longer needed. And then we have the tools for educators, and obviously we just need to pass that in here, right? So then description, it seems to be much, just have to okay. So yeah, so that would be our F4 data. So come in here and images left is true. Okay, so yeah, so I think the image here is actually true, and this has to be the F4, right? So lost connection to the internet. Let me quickly connect. Okay, so we're back. So if I go there and just refresh this, yeah. So class management is on the okay. That's strange. So images on the left is false, not true. Image left is actually true though. I'm not sure why it's not working the way it should be. Oh, image is actually on the left, not on the right. So images is on the right in this one. So yeah, so I think I have to do false there. I think. Okay, good one, good one. So we have the class management tools for educators, and then we'll go over to this last one, right? So let's create that quickly. This go. This would be the F5 data. So this is going to be the f5.png, and we have one-on-one discussions. One-on-one is colored, obviously not colored. Strange. So one-on-one, we can take it outside of there. We can take this out as well. And what is colored is discussion. So you can just grab it. Discussions, and then let's grab the description. So you put it in here. So F5 is just basically yeah, it's just basically the opposite, right? So come in here and do F5. Okay, all right. So we'll be able to use one component to achieve this kind of like dynamic kind of functionality, which is nice. And one other one is we need a button, right? So after this button, we'll be done with this component. Yeah. So let's grab our button. Let's see how we can do that, right? Let's see more features. So that's going to be very basic. So you can do this. We can just, obviously grab a div. So the main button, we have a text name, right? So that would be the actual text name. All right. So we have see more features right there, and define a class right in there, and do nt8 maybe. Right, nt8 should be fine. So let's see how that comes up. Obviously, we have to perform some other modifications here. So we modify the classes, and the width for some weird reason seems to be 280, right? So let's put that in there. 280 pixels. What else do we have? Okay, seems to be too much for 280. Maybe 250. Okay, so see more features. Maybe the height is like 80 or something. Let's do the selfie first. Okay. Okay, yeah, something like that, right? So it just basically has a border and the background seems to be white. So that's all we're going to do. So we're going to do bg white border for the primary. Okay, so the text is going to be text primary or something like that. Yeah, something like that should do it for us. Maybe increase the font size if we want 24. Okay, 24 seems to be too large. Okay, so let's do 18. saying, is the thing coming nice? Yeah, yeah, yeah. So can we do that? Yeah, obviously we can use that. So let's align it properly. First, justify this to the center. And obviously, so the spacing isn't that bad at all, right? Something that we can work on steadily. And with that, we can move on to the other section, right? Which has to do with the integration section. This is very like similar with what we already have, but for some weird reason it has a button. Yeah, that's crazy. It has some sort of title. So we use I wouldn't say similar component, but something different. Something different in this case, right? So what we're going to do is we want to just like build out this part of it. Okay, so when you overwrite, oh, we don't want the background to change. So on over, the BG should still remain the initial color, right? Decent, decent. Okay, so let's build integration section, right? Let's build this guy. To build this is very similar with this as well. You can just copy and paste it, I think. So what I would do, because of time factor, I'm just going to, grab a couple of these components and group them together. So today, no more building of slider or whatever. You can check previous tutorials. I've done this, build this things like this extremely from scratch before, where you can just follow those tutorials to get used to it. Right. So I can group this Ctrl G. If I do Ctrl G, it doesn't quite work, which is strange. Just want to undo. Okay, so this is this is the rectangle mask group. Okay, lots of things going on here for some reason. Okay, so let's look for a very smart way for us to. We've not gotten here. Don't worry. Let's worry about this when we get there. Okay, so let's do the integration section, please. Okay, so what do we do? Alright, let's go to page. And this is the integration section. I want to just have this pinned. So we'll name this to section. And meanwhile, we need all the things from from here, I think, right? Yeah, so we just need something similar. Just going to grab everything there and paste it here. Meanwhile, we don't do reverse or whatever. So image will be on the left. So we might not really need to, worry about what is reversing or what is not. So I'm just going to grab all of this, paste that in. And this will be the title. It doesn't even have a title. That's the crazy part. Oh, it does have. He does have. So this is going to be our title. And meanwhile, I can just grab everything and paste it right in here. Right. So integration is the only thing that changed. So grab this and put it right within there. And want to do class name, and that's primary for you, right? Okay, so we don't really have options or anything that has to do with options, so you can as well just take that out. But we do have description. So description, come in here and just paste that in there. And then we have a very similar button with what we have in our feature. So we want to like grab that and paste it right in here. Okay. So the image will come first in this scenario. So the image here is actually, I think F6. or F7. So let's confirm that. So we have F6. Oh, obviously F6. I was right the first time. Okay, so let's scroll all the way down. Okay, there we go. We have it here. So we need to be able to pump it, bump it up a bit and just add some margin on the stuffs. This is like CO integrations. CO integrations, right? The bottom 16. Something like that, yeah. Something like that. 16 or 8 or 12 maybe. Okay, so we have that. And also we have a title with some, some, what we call this divider. So that divider, we use this separator component from Shadcn. So we're going to just grab this, and first off we install it. So you can just grab this code right here, and if you're using a terminal, you just want to obviously create a new, just duplicate whatever, and yeah, just make sure you're able to install this. You can stop your server and do it. If you don't want to, you can just paste it there. So we're just going to install that real quick and bring in the import, right? So separator can be here, right? So there we go on top before the actual title. So we have the div there. We have this separator, and we have to change the orientation, right? Orientation. This is actually no. All right, so we don't need to change from the looks of it. We just have the separator, then we have the actual test, actual test, which is this. Okay, so let's see how that is, or how that might be. Right, so I think we should just refresh this. Yeah, so yeah, we basically have this here, which is the separator, and then we don't have our text, which is weird. So maybe there's a div to have a proper box content, and still doesn't work. So separator, maybe the width can just be 100 pixel. Yeah, something like that works. So what we have here is actually a very faint color, right? So if we just do, sorry about that. All right, so text, we want to paste in this guy. Right, so I said it's actually 20 pixels. Shows is actually 20 pixels. So let's check that out. So we have integrations here and there, and the bottom is 8. Okay, let's see more integrations. Right, so we're done with that part. Okay, so now we're moving on to the testimonial section, right? So that makes sense. Okay, yeah, so one other thing I would love to do here Did I try to use justify around and see the behavior? Around, let's try this. Something I'm testing. Okay, not really something that have an effect. Okay. Okay, so let's go. What else do we do? Testimonials, right? So let's do this. I'm going to grab all this content and want to take them to the testimonial section, right? All right, so testimonial section. So yeah, so what we have here is just testimonial. So there's the title, what they say, right? And this is the description. Description is quite like lengthy. Okay, so we have lots of paragraphs, I would say. So grab them one after the other. Sorry, copy that and paste it right in here. iTop, paste it in there, and yeah, we should basically have a div for an extra button. This is actually like a very customized kind of button or something. Yeah, so I think we might not actually, we don't need to use the actual button in this case, right? Because that will be very somehow. But let's see. So come in here, we'll see all of this. Are you serious? Okay, so our button, by the way, we have to give it some things. So Skilline is doubled. That's strange. Okay, so let's give it my bottom. Give it some spacing. Okay, so we have to do all of this, but then let's create this kind of div first. It's going to be a div, and this is our button, by the way. Write your assessment. It's going to be that big, so we need a way to add more to it. So let's do it 350. Okay, good. Good. Then we can be able to like create a different component and just absolutely position it within this button. So what we'll do here is we can just create a div and we put this button inside of it and have a div in between. Right. So in here, we need to be able to create our shape, right? So this Lucid arrow right from Lucid React. Okay, so what is okay? Not really sure, but let's see how this is first. Right, so let's specify the color. So the color in this case is this, which fortunately seems to be our primary color. Okay. So what I want to do is to be able to like create some border primary, rounded full, right? And then we need to be able to like give it like width and height, which is like 80 in this scenario. Okay, seems to be too big. Maybe just do 60. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, something like that. So we want to make sure that it is well positioned. Flex, justify center. Yeah, then item center. Okay, so we have to make sure that this or whatever this is going to be of the relative position. So then that means we have to make this absolute. Top 0, then right 4. Let's see how it is. Okay, so if you do it this way, it's becoming more problematic, right? Because this does not get up to here, right? This only maintains this part. So except what you do is maybe inline flex or block, maybe, right? So that will bring it down. And obviously, we have to make this right can be 2 or just right 0, really. Okay, so top 2, top 1. Okay, so now let's see how the actual design is. There's actually no a pure kind of overlap, so I think it has to be bigger, right? So let's make sure that this is 70. Okay, so let's do top 0. Okay, so yeah, that makes much more sense. So let's do this 370 pixel, something like that. Yeah, so something like that works. Okay, so on mobile, I think on mobile we can just take it out and reduce this, right? So MD, so width in mobile can just be 250 pixel, and yeah, so and so many more, right? So this is actually eating MD, then you cannot display it as an actual flex. So yeah, eating there, we cannot take away that flex. So let's say, right? So on mobile, we shouldn't be seeing something like that. Okay, so one thing with the integration and testimonial is that it is not responsive, right? We need a way to be able to yeah, it's missing flex color. Okay, this is for integration, I think. Okay, so testimonial. Okay, smooth. Okay, so we have this. All right, this is testimonial. Something is not right. I don't know what that is. Could this be due to the class here? No, 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 no. Mm, Okay, let's see. While we have lots of spaces in between. Okay, this on the other end contains like longer text or whatever. Okay, so let's do this. And we have all of this, right? Okay. This, oh, it could actually be due to the inline whatever that was specified, I think. That's quite strange. Yes. Alright, so let's debug why that might be happening later. And yeah, so let's grab all this content so we can have something to work with. Okay, Control G. Okay, so we have all of these groups. Let's take a preview of it. This is how it looks like. Good. So export. Okay, so we just call this smiley the full. Just smile. Alright. And we have to put this within the actual images folder, right? So go to testimonials. Smile. Alright, let's see. Okay, smile. Okay, so what we want to do is to make sure that the image is at the right part and not left. Okay, sweet. Good, just as expected. Right, and what else? So let's give proper gap in between all of these, right? It is too small. 16 is pretty much decent. Right, so let's go to integration and put 16 right there, right? And go 32. Yeah, 32 just seems decent. But on mobile, won't 32 be too much? Not really in a way, not really. Okay, so just run a special tour again to see how it feels. All right, so we're gradually coming to the end of this, and we basically have to worry about the latest news and resource section, right? So let's just build this, right? So let's see if we have a similar header. I doubt. I think we do. We do, but it's just like it's different. Yeah, we do. We can just use this one. So wherever we have our features, we can copy that and use. So you can save all of this now and clear it out. Paste this here. Our features. All right, so let's quickly build the latest news section part of it, right? So let's do this. We'll go in here and what do we have? So we have the title and the description right there. So let's just search for these stuffs. Okay, so we can just grab this, right? You can grab that. So what we want to work on is the latest news section. So obviously change this to section and yeah, we'll put in the actual title and the description right there. Right. So don't forget we change the title as well. Right. And yeah, so you can just put it there. Everything is just consistent because we don't have a kind of a different style, the color, as the case may be. Right. So yeah, now we have this. We have the description. Let's create these other parts of it. This is more of a different component, right? And the way it works is we basically have the left side and the right side, right? So let's create this. It's more it's going to be a div, right? And this div, as we see it, is going to consist of a couple of things, right? And the left part has other branches, right? We can just quickly do this and we create two of those. So on the left, we basically have the image, we have the tag, we have the title, we have the descriptions, quite a lot of things, right? So let's we just have to create them bit by bit. All right, so let's do. We have the image slash images slash. Okay, so this is actually PG. I'm not sure if it's PG1 or something, but let's see. I know we basically have B1 or something like that. Okay, so what do we have? Oh, we basically have like laptop or something. Yeah, obviously. So images slash laptop.png, and then specify the alt. Right, so just put it there. Okay, so we have that, and now that we have that, we have to move into the tag aspect of it. This can actually be a div, and it actually has a title news, right? And then we just just copy and paste them in, so we have a much more very direct approach. This is a description. So read more. We already have one place we're using read more. First of all, before I move in, I have to pin this. Maybe just remove this, and we're actually using read more at a point, right? So read more, I think. Read more. I'm not quite saying it, but let's look for where it was used. Right, I know read more was used somewhere. Oh, learn more, right? It's actually called learn more. All right, let's search for that and just reuse the same styling or whatever. All right, so go to pages, go to your latest news section. Okay, so we have to import this from NestLink. And meanwhile, as we see, this is going to be the read more, not learn more. Right, so we have the read right there. And yeah, that's actually it for the most part. We just basically have to style it now to match the way we want it to be. And you can come in here and say widget primary. Okay, so rounded full. So width can just be like 100 pixels for a start. And yeah, so this other text right here, let's see if we can style it. So this is the text right there. Not sure, is this the secondary? Oh, I missed it. Okay, so I have it selected. All right, so we basically have to, come in here and give this a class. So this is actually the text. So you paste it in there. Don't forget the hash before it. Okay, so we have this actually semi board. Okay, and what else do we have? We have something very similar, but I think this is even more similar to the actual subtitle. So we'll include that in, right? And the same thing applies for read more as well. So I think the crazy part with all of this is that I can actually just control the gap in between by specifying a proper one for it. And yeah, there we go for the first part, I think. Yeah, so this is it. And the second part has to basically, it has a lot of all of this, right? So what I would do is to render this as a data. So I need to create a data for those. So I can just say blog data is going to be an array of object. And this array of object basically has to contain the images / b1 png. Right, so this is going to be the actual image. Right, so we have the title. Okay, so we have the tag. Yeah, so before that, let's say the tag. So tag is going to be press release. And then we have the title right there. So this is the title as it stands. So we have it pasted right in there. And let's get the description as well. So this is the description part. You can just copy it from there and you paste it in there. So we're going to actually duplicate this in 2 different locations. Right, so this will actually be P2, B2. Then what we have here is actually not press release, but just news. Yeah, the same thing here. So let me just put it there and put P3. So the title though will change, right? Okay, so let me undo that. So I'm going to copy that title and paste it right in here. And then the description part. So I'll paste it right in here. So B3 on the other end basically has all of this. And the description. Okay, so from the looks of it, that makes the most sense, right? We can just have an image and put it within the actual container, right? So okay, so we have all of the content. We just have to position it, right? So we can come in here and we want to look through, all of this. Definitely have its own div or whatever, and so yeah, we just want to look through it and control whatever we have there. So blog data.map, blog, then the index, right? So we can actually have a div right within there. And what we'll do here at this stage is that we'll try to create both the left and the right part. So the left part is obviously like an actual image, but it seems more of a background image if you ask me, right? So what we're going to do is we can actually just choose the kind of background image we want to use, right? So which is like B1, B2, and B3 as the case may be. So yeah, so we can create it in that particular manner. So you can come here, create a div, come here and create the image, specify the source, right? So yeah, so this is going to be the actual stuff, right? So it doesn't have to have an image, you just have to have like the tag for the press release, which is actually like the blog. So blog.tag. So we'll style this. So be the primary. So be the primary and grounded full px3 and py can just be 1, doesn't matter. So we already know that if we play around with this guy, we just have to specify the bg, but in this way we have to render it dynamically. So what we'll do at this stage is we just do something like, right, so Okay, so if it's here, it's actually very difficult for us to, render it that way, right? So I can just do it this way, right? So image can actually be M1, then I can reposition it the way I want. So M2, so M3. So what we're going to do, we can actually go to our configurations, Tailwind configuration, and we'll specify those images there if we want, right? So well, I think this is not really a good approach. Why? Because blog contents are always dynamic. You don't need to specify the image here. So I wouldn't do that. So I will remove that one and just go back to the latest news section. The way we want to do it is we'll undo what we've done so far. Is I will display the actual image alongside the tag. The tag can be an absolute, position. Um, we'll just overlay it on the actual image. So that makes sense. So image source, we just do blog the image. Blog image. Right. So yeah. So this one can actually now be relative. You can grab this guy, this tag, and put it right here. Meanwhile, this is going to be of absolute top. So bottom two, right, right. So we can do that. So this index will actually be the key to this, right? So now that we have all of this, we have the image and the tag on the left. We should be able to, we should be able to scan it to the other part, right? So let's have the auto div. So this auto div basically has like, the actual title, blog title. The same thing applies, right? We just create the same description for it, but in this case, it's going to be blog description, right? So we have to style this quickly, and if you check this, it's actually medium. You can do font medium, yeah, text 22. Okay, so what about this? So this basically has the same listing as the other one. So this guy, so you could just grab what we have here, and paste it here. Okay, so this description, you could just do MT3. Okay, so we have this, I think. All right. Yeah, so now that we have that, we can easily like stretch it or spread it. So you can remove this div, it doesn't matter much. Okay, so each of them will basically have all of this, right? So we can just do flex, justify, so gap it, right? And that should be fine, right? So what we're going to do on the other end is, so we have a flex colon flex row, gap it, right? So that works as well. Yeah, so the other thing we need to do, I'll figure out quickly, is to see how it looks at this stage, right? So let's see what we have. Oh, it's coming in nice and clean. So we just need a way to be able to style our images and see how it looks, right? So in our tag, everything there is actually uppercase, right? So let's fix that. So tag, you want to do uppercase, and I think it's basically has its own like very unique style. Maybe test secondary, right? So let's be sure about that. Not really. So it's not really secondary. So we just have to put the text in there and we'll paste it there. Don't forget the hash before it. All right. So yeah, that makes sense. Coming as expected. All right. News. Okay. So there we go. So but this does not have tag. So it's a news, but it doesn't really have tag. So we'll worry about that in a moment. Let's fix the image. So the width of this or whatever might not really be a problem, but we have to put in the roundedness and then the height. So the height is like 340. Okay, so take a good look at it. We control the actual card, right? So let's do that. Okay, so we have the image here, and okay, so let's do rounded 20 right here. So rounded 20. No, not coming through. So rounded 20 pixel. Right, so let's see gap. This image. Not sure why it didn't work here. Should be. That's strange. Very strange thing. Okay, maybe just okay, so putting in the actual image basically makes the work. And the height is 340. Let's specify the height. Okay, so that's actually the height there. And also, the height of this on the other is just 200, right? I won't worry about the width too much, but the height is actually a source of concern, right? So the height here is 200 for the right, right? So let's go check it out. So rounded 20 pixel. Height is actually 200 pixel. All right, so let's see. Okay, so roundedness is not coming through. Oh, rounded. Okay, so now we have it, right? So let's see how it is on mobile. Okay, so on mobile though, what I would love is that we make it, we make it column. So flex column, MD flex row, right? So that way we have a proper kind of guidelines for these guys, right? So also with the tag, right? So the tag we can just, it doesn't have to be absolute anymore. Let's check that out. So this tag can just be MD, can just be relative, really, to be honest. So if it's if it's like, yeah, absolute, can do relative if we want. So inline, right? So inline, and obviously on the desktop it doesn't have to be inline anyways. But we'll come in here and do a couple of things. Okay, we'll come in here, and what you want to do originally is you can just come here and make sure that the tag is empty4, for example. Right, empty margin, okay, bottom, whatever, relative. Now it's not relative, and now inline block, so we can apply margins. So inline doesn't take margins for some weird reasons, but it's not an actual box model. So margin top can actually be 5, okay, or 6. So MD margin top can just be 0, doesn't matter. Okay, so px, py, and so on and so forth. Go in here and you can see that that is almost perfect, but we need to give it a space on the bottom. So the space we need to give to it is that we can just put it here. So everything we do here is like, an actual kind of what's it called? An actual kind of item. So you come in here and just do flex column is 10. Right, so let's start from there. Right, so that's good. So this, the other end, we have to look for a way to not make this to not make this image to be that stretched. So we basically have to use object cover and do all those crazy stuff, right? So you can come here. This is rounded to 20. So we want to do object cover, something like that. So object cover is going to make it not stretch, but just be able to be an actual cover image. Right. So the news there on the other hand is actually out like this. Oh, the color of the tag is different. This is the actual color of the tags, not really primary. Okay, so this be the primary. Just have to change all. To say this, I think. Okay, yeah. So yeah, that works. That works. So the tag in the first, which shows news, flex, justify center, item center. Right, and the width doesn't have to be 100, maybe 80. Okay, so that is that, and it's not really bad at all. Okay, so the width here in these items is supposed to be consistent. Okay, so we have the height here, and then the width. Yeah, let's specify the width. This one seems to be 280 pixel, right? Alright, so the width is actually 280 pixel. Okay, which is good. And object cover, just in case that is the case, right? So we have all of this. Okay, and it's actually very responsive. Okay, so we have the width, we have the height, right? And then we have the actual images, B1, B2, and B3. Let me observe how B3 looks like. Okay, good. B1, B2, B3. Okay, very good. All right, so come in here and you can see it's coming in nice and clean. And yes, we've come to the end of the first part, right? So we have lots of space in here. I don't know why. Maybe I can just reduce it a bit. It's on the left part. So maybe gap 4 should do it well. Yeah, something like that maybe. Yeah, something. Maybe 6. Okay. Yeah, something like that is fine. Okay, so now we've officially come to the end of this, and we want to move on to the footer section. Here is going to be really fantastic, given that we have a couple of setups here, right? So we need an input from Shadcn, and we need the separator input as well. So what we're going to do is to open up the actual file, right? So I want to close up everything we've worked on so far. Close it up. Can just undo this, page and footer. So this is actually the footer section, right? And meanwhile, in here we'll be doing a couple of things, right? We have this, we have that, and let's put them into module first, and then we'll fix them bit by bit. 1, 2, 3. So we basically have 3 modules, right? So in the first module, we want to, in the first container, you basically have to specify, okay, obviously maybe a div, some sort of container, separator, and then we have a paragraph, right? So we just have to copy everything here and put it here. So the orientation here is actually vertical, and the first one we actually have the actual image. So we have slash images slash footer logo .png. So alright, we basically have the hot not about hot footer logo. Right, we have the footer logo, and we need to check if that footer logo is actually coming in as expected real quick. Right, so we have the footer logo, and obviously what we'll do here is to just create a flex item. So class name, we have the flex, we got 4. Right, so everything in this section actually have a background, right? So this is actually the fill. Just going to grab that and say bg, paste that inside. Don't forget the hash. Okay, so refresh that. Okay, so separator is wrongfully imported. So you have to import it from the UI separator library from the Shadcn component, which is in the UI library UI folder. Right, so with that, you wouldn't be having that issue. So you just want to refresh this page, and let's scroll down all the way down. And yeah, you can see that it's coming in. We just have to obviously give it some height or whatever, because height here can actually be, the height is actually 83 pixel. Yeah, so height is 83 pixel. Text white. So 22 and semi bold. Okay, so at the same time, we want to make sure that everything we do at this stage actually has an item center. Everything is at the center. And meanwhile, the color for this bad guy is this. So let's grab that real quick and put it here. So this actually be the border color, as the case may be. Okay, so not sure why that didn't come up. Or let's do, does it have color? No, it doesn't. No, like as a prop, I mean. Yes, it does. Good news. So pass it in there. That should work. That should have worked, but it didn't. Okay, so we can take this out. So we have border this. Let's just text this. Okay, so text this or PG. Okay, yeah, obviously PG works. Alright, so we have that. What we want to do is to position this at the end of it. So before I do that, I want to make sure that this, we just have py16 and this stuff, right? Something like that. So what we want to do here is to justify center. Okay, let's make the footer a little bit smaller. The image seems too big. Right, so we just do class with maybe 100 pixels or something. Yeah, something like that, I think. Obviously, like something like that just works. Okay, so now let's get to the other section. The first is done. We need to move on to the second div. You can as well just minimize this one. In the second div, what we have is a paragraph and contains this text, and then it has a div, right? This basically contains an input and an actual button. So let's get an input from Shadcn. If we don't have one, we need to create one. So basically, I will take an input, right? So let's go there and just install this. It is going to install the input component, right? And then we can use that input component to to display stuff. Okay, so it's done. So what I want to do is to obviously just pick this input and go in here, import it from your input. This is going to be the place that is your email. So the type is actually email, which is okay. And then we have the main button. The text here is actually subscribe, and just have a flex, okay, flex column in the row, gap 4, right? Let's scroll all the way down and see what we have. So we have our input and stuff like that. So the input basically has to be transparent. So let's do class name. Background is transparent, right? And then the border around it, right? So let's see. Okay, there we go. So the border around it takes in this color as stroke. In our own case, it's going to be a border. Okay, so yeah, that's very good. So the color of the text is going to be white. Alright, so text white, and when you type in, it's going to be white, makes sense. And obviously, the maximum width can actually just be 400 pixels if you don't mind. So we can just do, so max width shouldn't be great, shouldn't be more than that. And we have rounded, maybe rounded full or something like that. Okay, so all right, so it makes sense. So I want to make sure that the vertically align that list. Yeah, so we're going to do item center right here. Okay, good. And let's tie this guy. So there's a color, and so the text is actually, from what I can see, they said 20. Let me use 26, 25 maybe. Too big, right? Too big. So I will just use 18. Okay. So what I will do here is to flex column justify center item center. Okay. So let's give it some margin from the top. and obviously from the bottom, like the same whatever. So my 16 or something like that. Okay, so we have to push this up a little bit, right? Just a little bit, right? So so that should do it. Okay, so what else? Yeah, so basically I have the last section. Let's get our text in. So the last div. So in this last div, we want to bring in two other divs. So one and two. So the last one has to do with the one at the bottom. So we're just going to paste it there, or just a p tag instead. All right. So we want to just like copy the properties, copy these and do text 16. So it's actually regular, by the way, so it's fine. Okay, so this one basically has lots of separators. So we just have the p. This can be links, right? Later on, if you want to do it that way. All right, so come in here. No place. All right, so come in here and you just do class. So we have careers. We have separator. Okay, so rotation is actually vertical. We could just give it a very small height, if you don't mind. So we just grab all the entire stuff here and paste it in here. So the height can just be very small. Let's do like 10 pixels first. And copy the same thing and paste it here. It is going to be privacy policy. Okay, so we just replicate the exact same thing here, and we're going to call this terms and conditions. So just do flex, cap it. Yeah, so let's scroll all the way down to the bottom. Orientation vertical. Okay. Orientation. And then we have the items center. So obviously we need to hack this a bit, maybe 15 pixel or 20. Okay, yeah, something like that just works. Exactly what we have there, right? So it makes sense. Okay, so what I want to do is to make sure we do flex column center and justify center. Okay, so let's give the bottom a little bit in space. Yeah, so that's going to give it a very small breathing space. And just check the mobile representation of all of this. Might not be great yet. Right, so so I can just say hidden MD block, something like that. Because one might not really need it in a mobile device. There's no point. Okay, so come all the way to the bottom. So you basically have all of this, which is nice, I think. So what we'll do is to do MD flex column MD flex row. Okay, so that just makes sense. And if they're links, you can obviously hover over each of them, which is not a problem, right? And lastly, we have to fix this part, right? So this is actually taking this color, but I do know is a gradient, right? So, but let's have that color there first. Okay. Okay. So just have it there, something like that. Not bad, not bad. So let's give it like a proper width, maybe 160 or something. Okay. So 170. Not sure why it's not responding. Okay, so the width here is not really applying. That's strange. Okay, so the width 170 pixel. Hmm. The page is applying. The width does not apply. Now that is strange. All right, let's take it off for now. Obviously, when we're doing cleanup, we can come back to it. All right, so what do we have? We have all the pages already. So now it's time for cleanups. So let's add our. I think we're starting from not from the hero section, but from the all-in-one studying section, right? So let's grab all of those. You can close this out. Go to image. Here you can just create a div or a wrapper, right? So I mostly refer to it as a wrapper. This you can just do class. So MD MX can actually just be 16, right? Let's check it out. Okay, so this is it. You can see that everything now is coming in consistently, right? Just doing one thing, just doing one step. So the footer though, on the other hand, has to be stretched through the entire screen. So you might want to take that off, right, and just put it outside. Okay, so now the distance between here and here seems to be massive. Let's create that. Okay, so do margin bottom 32. Okay, so that is it. And so all I think is actually like padding bottom, really, not really margin bottom. Yeah, but the bottom is just fine. Okay, so this is it, and it's extremely very clean. And so what we're going to do though is we want to be able to look at this. There's a problem with the skill line. Let's check it out. Okay, let's see what problem this might be. All right, so let's do. We can just add a gap to it. Empty 32 or 16 for the most part. Okay, I think most of them is actually like 32 from our initial gap. Oh, gap is actually 16 though. Yeah, is 16 the actual gap? Seems to be more. Yeah, we actually do 32. Yeah, so we'll do 32. 16 seems to be in a way smaller. And what you can do here is that you can specify the 32, but on a much more smaller screen, you can just make it smaller. Okay, so yeah, this makes much more sense, I think. Okay, all right. So this is very consistent. So we want to actually check the mobile responsiveness of all of this. Okay, so before now, I go to page, and you can see that MX16 on a bigger screen, MX3 on maybe smaller device. So this should fix all of this from here going downwards. But then what about this part, right? So let's fix that. This logo group section, right? So we can just go into it and so yeah, so logo group section though requires a couple of things, but I will just do MX4 as the case maybe. right? So that makes more sense. So in the hero section, go to hero, right? So all of this text, you can just come in here. No, I mean everything. So MX, MD, like that. So normal device is going to not take this one. So I'm going to take that off and put it before the actual stuff. So yeah, that should be able to make it work. Okay, so you can actually see how responsive this little piece of application is right now, right? So one other thing is choose for teachers. We have to make sure that it is, yeah, it drops to the next column, right? So let's fix that. First place column. Okay, so let's see. It's actually a feature card though, so it's supposed to work, I think. Okay, because the rest are working. So choose for little F4 data F4 image left. So flex column, MD reverse. Yeah, so flex column maybe when it's smaller, I think. Yeah, so that should fix it. Good, good. So the lady is coming in nice and clean. Okay. So these are our titles coming in as expected. Okay, so there's actually a little bit of an issue here. I think it has to do with the integrations part. It's not really responsive. So let's look into that and fix it. So integration basically is at here, right? And then we have the images and then we have the stuff. Okay, so what I would do is we want to be able to, obviously display this at the, okay, so the gap between is first of all too much. Maybe gap 4. Okay, so we have that, and the margin top doesn't seem to be a thing for this guy. So we're going to do that. Margin top 8, or okay, not just 8, we can just do 16. Okay, so 16. Yeah, we'll do the same thing for testimonials as well, right? I'll copy this, take it to testimonial, right? And what else do we have? We have this one too. Okay, so yeah, so after the right assessment, we have an image there, and we want to make sure that that image, so the 4, obviously we have to make it just 8. 4 seems to be too tiny. Okay, so it's going to be 8. Go to integration and just modify that to 8. Yes, I think that is that. Good, it's looking clean. Expected. Come in here, view all of this. Good, and then we have our footer. So what I think here is that we can actually remove this logo on a small screen and display the virtual class for Zoom at the bottom. So let's do that. All right, so we have the footer section. Okay, so what we'll do here is just edmd block. So flex column, md flex row. Okay, yeah, something like that, right? So I think I kind of like this pattern, but I feel we can position all of these guys to the left, right? Not really at the center like this. It looks a little bit disorganized. So let's put everything to the left for mobile. So what we're going to do is to, yeah, instead of having justify center, which is going to be an MD thing, right? So let's see that in action. Not really in action. It didn't work. And let's see. So we have the flex row item center. So let's do that. Okay, very good, very good. So we can do that one, and obviously same thing applies here. So just do MD, something like that. That should still work. Okay, so we have the careers part. You can just do MD. Okay, so justify center. Why are you justifying center? So yeah, we still have a couple of them, like all of these guys. Okay, so do that MD. Good. So the only part is this one. So let's see. Justify center flex colon flex row gap. Okay, so let's put this here. So that means the only style should just apply to medium devices and not smaller screens. So now we have it, and we just want to be able to do MX there. Right, so MX4. Yeah. Yeah, not really MX4, but PX4, obviously. To add a little bit of padding there. Okay, nice. So let's check the desktop version. Okay, exactly. This is it. So everything coming in nice and clean as expected. And yeah, exactly. So now what we're going to do is we're going to actually utilize Lenis to have a very smooth scroll. You can see that the scroll we have currently is not smooth. So once you actually utilize the library called Lenis to do that. So to do that, I'm going to just go to one of my projects. I've already done it before, so I can just grab one of those projects. And okay, so not this one, because yeah, so this we have, I think I did it in Rise. I can just click on Rise and go to source, go to app, go to page. Yeah, so you can actually see we need to install Lenis, right? So we can just, it's very easy. So we'll just grab this and put it within the page.tsx. That's the parent page. So we can just do npm. Let me show you guys the npm repository for this. This is it. So what you can do, you can just do npm install. It's going to install it. I'm going to copy it and just install that package. It's a very cool library. It has lots of things, lots of complex stuff you can play around with, and you can check it out on your own free will. Right, so we have that. So what else we need is we just need to specify this use effect there, and we should be good to go. So go to page, and then in here you want to just use the use effect. Right, so since it has to do with user interaction, you have to mark this component as use client. Okay, so this is it. So we basically have the Lenis, and we're just requesting the animation frame. And yeah, so obviously what's going to do for you is we're going to refresh this page and allow you guys experience this smooth scroll. You can see it. It's actually scrolling smoothly, right? So which is very awesome, right? So yeah, guys, with this we've actually come to the end of this particular lesson. Thank you guys for joining in, and yeah, catch you on the next one.